L'honorable député d'Argenteuil-la-Petite Nation.
The honorable member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation will be singing the national anthem.
Ô Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurs glorieux, ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on God for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on God for thee.
What a voice. Let the doors be open. Que l'honneur de l'époque. And we'll start with statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in the spirit of the season, 'twas just weeks before Christmas, and in this very room, members are speaking, debating by Zoom. The Speaker keeps order, reducing dispute with up-to-date rulings. Minister, I think you're on mute. We zoom into kitchens, seeing babies and props. Our newest granddad and Prince George is the tops. Our stockings are hung by the chimney with care in hope that vaccines soon will be there. Fiscal anchors and guardrails weigh down Santa's sled, but this too shall pass. Sunny days are ahead. 2020's been a bad year, no one can deny. We want to say Merry Christmas. At least we can try. We know we are best when we speak from our heart. Next year must be better if we all do our part. So stay in your bubble, keep your distance at school, and God bless us all through Hanukkah and Yule. Joyeux Noël, Merry Christmas.
Here.
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Mr. Speaker, I was delighted to learn that one of my constituents in Markham-Stouffville, Brian McFarlane, has been appointed to the Order of Canada, one of our country's highest civilian honours, for his contributions to the sport of hockey as a sportscaster, writer and historian. Brian McFarlane has had a distinguished career. Born in New Liskeard, Ontario, he attended university on a hockey scholarship where he scored record numbers of goals. After graduation, he worked in television and radio, including CFTO and CFRB in Toronto. One of the most recognizable voices in the game, for 26 years, he served as a host and commentator on Hockey Night in Canada, and he's written over 90 books on hockey, and in 1995, he was inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. I want to extend my congratulations to Mr. McFarlane and to thank him for all he's done for Canadians and for Canada's game.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a few exceptional residents of Bruce and Grey County. Over the past year, I had the honour of serving with the outgoing wardens of both Bruce and Grey County, Mitch Toolan and Paul McQueen. I think both of them didn't foresee the circumstances that COVID-19 would bring and the challenges, but they both rose to the occasion and did tremendous work. I want to thank them and their families for the sacrifices in their service over this past year on behalf of my fellow MPs from Huron-Bruce and from Simcoe Grey, but more importantly on behalf of all residents of Bruce and Grey counties. I'd like to welcome the new wardens, Janice Jackson for Bruce County and Selman Hicks for Grey County. I'm confident that they're both going to carry on the great work of their predecessors. I look forward to working with them, and I'm sure that they will rise to the occasion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to congratulate the Black Business Institute in my riding of Halifax on 25 remarkable years of service to Nova Scotia. Since 1996, BBI has been a champion for our province's Black business community. Through mentorship and counseling, networking, marketing, and outreach activities, as well as loan and equity lendings, BBI supports Black-owned businesses to get started, grow, and overcome systemic challenges they face along the way. BBI also has a strong record of engaging Black and other marginalized youth, 8 to 35 years old, to become active, creative, and successful members of the business community through initiatives like their wildly successful Businesses Jammin' program. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members in this House to join me in offering my profound gratitude to the Black Business Institute for a quarter century of service to Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Is interpretation not working?
Is it working now? En français? C'est correct?
Is it working? The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to mention today a community organization in my riding, Le Bouc Humanitaire, which has created a warming station for our homeless this winter. Led by Rachel Lapierre, these volunteers have fought all year against the pandemic. They organize a service to call seniors and are offering grocery deliveries and meals. It was recently honored at our Chamber of Commerce's Zenith Gala. My team and I are proud of the hard work of these volunteers, and we will always continue to encourage our organizations. I would like to thank all inhabitants of Saint-Hippolyte, Saint-Jérôme, Prévost, Sainte-Sophie for all of their generosity. And I would wish each and every one of us a good Christmas and a 2021 full of love, health, peace, and solidarity. Thank you. The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, since March 2020, we've been facing an unprecedented challenge. A pandemic that has affected millions of people in the world. Despite everything, we have been strong and resilient. 2020 has not been a simple, easy year, to say the least. For the residents of my riding Bourassa and for all Canadians, the holidays will be very different this year. We need to find new ways to celebrate together at a time when we are far apart from each other. However, there is hope on the horizon. Soon, we will be able to see our family and loved ones again and begin our activities once more.
Pleased to wish you happy holidays. Mon équipe et ma famille.
My team, my family, and I are pleased to wish you happy holidays.
Joyeuses fêtes. Merci.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
That 2020 has been a year like no other. So many have sacrificed so much, and with Christmas coming, there's no shortage of people and groups in our communities of Barrie and Innisfil who are stepping up to assist those in need. I want to acknowledge the Barrie and South Simcoe Police Services, the Simcoe County Paramedics, the Barrie and Innisfil Fire and Emergency Services. Not only have they been on the front lines of pandemic response, they're also responding by collecting toys for Christmas cheer and Toy Mountain and other causes around the region. And after the collections are complete, many of these men and women will be on duty protecting us. Let's also be thankful for the frontline healthcare workers, PSWs, those who work in seniors' homes and LTC centers who will be working over the holidays as well. Finally, an ask. The demand for service from both food banks in Barrie and Innisfil have increased because of the pandemic. If you can, please support them with a donation of money or grocery cards. From my family to yours, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and I wish you all a happy, prosperous, and healthy 2021.
The honourable member for Central Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I want to share with you an extraordinary act of bravery involving a local air cadet, Warrant Officer First Class Haley White from my hometown of Pictou County, Nova Scotia. While on her way to cadets, Warrant Officer White witnessed a serious motor vehicle accident and immediately stopped to help those involved. Upon assessing the scene, she discovered that one of the vehicles was on the way to the local hospital with a female passenger who was in labor. The driver of the vehicle was unconscious but breathing. The driver of the other vehicle in the collision was not breathing at all. Without hesitating, Warrant Officer White leapt into action and began performing CPR on one of the drivers until paramedics arrived in the scene. They later advised Warrant Officer First Class White that it was her quick thinking and action that saved a life. In true Nova Scotian fashion, after getting home, she changed her muddied clothes and made it to cadets on time. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to Warrant Officer First Class White. Your quick thinking, fortitude under pressure, and first aid training provided through the cadets made all the difference. I know I can speak for every member of the House of Commons when I see we need more people like you in the world. Well done, Haley. You are an absolute hero.
The honourable member for the honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow will be the last day of the 16-day period of activism against gender-based violence. But violence against women does not only last 16 days, and it should never happen at all. This 16-day period enables us to fight to end that violence. I myself was at university when the Polytechnique massacre occurred. That date still stands out to me. A lot has been done since then, but there is still so much more to be done, and so many more struggles to win. I've been taking time to talk to organizations which assist women who are facing violence, like La Parolière, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary. I'd like to mention the remarkable work of Christine Poulin and Michel Comtois. Our government gave more than $40,000 to L'Escale and the Sherbrooke Calax to support just such shelters so that our daughters can take their place in safety. Let us continue down this path, Mr. Speaker. Happy holidays.
For Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to say that you don't need an AR-15 to hunt deer. In showing us how much he doesn't know, AR-15s were restricted. They were only allowed to be used at a range. But why would the Prime Minister start letting facts about firearms get in his way now? He's gone on to say that they are designed to kill the most amount of people in the shortest amount of time and that they have no place in Canadian society. Also not true. If anything, that would be fully automatic firearms with high-capacity magazines, and they've been banned for decades. But despite the Prime Minister's misinformed justifications, apparently the Liberal government in the Yukon believes that AR-10s, which the PM also banned, are a good choice for wildlife management. They purchased these rifles for their conservation officers to make sure they had the tools they need to keep their officers safe. Meanwhile, the Liberals in Ottawa are preparing to spend billions of dollars to confiscate these same firearms from Canadians who have always used them safely, responsibly, and in accordance with the law. When will this Liberal government stop targeting law-abiding firearms owners and focus on violent criminals instead?
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish my constituents in Brampton West and all Canadians a very happy holiday season. This year presented unique challenges, perhaps the greatest challenge of our generation. In one way or another, we have all been impacted. We have all made sacrifices, and for some of us have lost a loved one this year, perhaps the greatest loss of all. As we reflect on where we are and how we got here, resiliency and optimism stand out as core values of Canadians in the face of adversity. Together as a nation, we have made it this far. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and we are very close, and we can soon take pride in the sacrifices we made to protect each other. This holiday season, take care of yourself, reach out to your loved ones, and let's get through this last hurdle together. While the holidays may not be the same this year, 2021 brings with it a renewed hope for better days ahead. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Alberta announced additional steps to tackle the growing COVID-19 crisis. Most of us are not medical experts. We rely on people we trust to guide our decisions as we do our very best to keep those we love safe and healthy. Those who are medical experts are nearly unanimous. This virus is extremely serious. The increasing numbers of deaths and of Albertans in hospitals, and particularly ICUs, reinforces this and represent a formidable challenge to our collective health. To my friends and family in Alberta, over the next 28 days, we will not be able to come together in person. Yet we must be united like never before. To the extent that you can afford to, support your local businesses and charities. Order takeout from your favorite local restaurants. Teach someone to use technology to help them stay connected. Be kind, be safe, and most importantly, be available virtually for people who need help. Our challenge is significant, but it is nothing compared to our commitment to one another.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians are going into Christmas not knowing whether they'll be able to put gifts under the tree. Many families across the country face this challenge every year, but with the pandemic, even more will feel that pain. That's why I'm proud of the work Oshawa's Rotary Clubs did this week in organizing the first Oshawa Rotary Christmas tree sale. Members of the community were able to purchase a tree, with all proceeds going to support many community projects. In addition, some customers even opted to donate their tree to one of Oshawa's local community services, so that those who can't afford a tree this year will have one this Christmas. Oshawa has proven that it's the tough times that make us reach out to those in need, and Rotarians embrace that tradition. That's why I'm a proud Rotarian. I want to thank all Rotarians, especially Emmy Ahim and Susan McKinnon, for partnering in this initiative. Because of their tireless work, families across Oshawa will be able to experience the magic of Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas to all, and happy 2021.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Even before the pandemic, gendered violence was through safe housing and spaces as paramount to ending violence. Yet little has been done. The unconscionable violence faced by women in the downtown east side is rising. Imagine your daughter being sexually assaulted in broad daylight and no one intervened. Imagine your mother giving birth to a baby in a porta potty and no one noticed. It should shock you to your core that such incidents have happened. We cannot let such brutal violence to be normalized like this. There is no question that violence experienced by women in the downtown east side is further exacerbated by COVID-related restrictions, which have reduced the number of safe spaces for women. Advocates are calling for an immediate task force with all levels of government to ensure the safety of women. The Liberal government needs to show leadership and lead this work. The lives of women depend on it, as our collective humanity hangs in the balance.
La députée de Thérèse de...
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, from December 7th to 10th, MAS, the Quebec Network for Unemployment Rights Groups, has been holding a week of regional action to call for an in-depth reform of EI. The Quebec National Unemployment Council is also holding a campaign for Resolution AE21 to call for permanent reform of the system. Throughout Quebec, these groups and unions are urging the government to reform the current system. There are many problems, such as eligibility or the lack of harmonization with the Quebec Parental Insurance Plan. All of this justifies an in-depth review and not just some band-aid measures. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois stands in solidarity with this cause and calls for in-depth, significant review of the EI system.
Honourable member for Carleton.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Then came Scrooge's call through the PM's headset. "You owe me repayment of the national debt!" But Scrooge, Christmas is for Santa and cute elves, candy canes and budgets that balance themselves. "No," snapped Scrooge, "Santa's in debtor's jail till you pay. I'll leave him there and ruin Christmas Day. I need cash in a flash," cried out JT. "Perhaps speaking fees for my friends at We. The central bank will make our dollars double, reducing by half my money troubles. Doubling the number of each coin will make us more, turning loonies to toonies and toonies to four. Each party will chip in some coins for free. If it's loonies we need, they're in the NDP. We'll host Liberal fundraisers, social distance, no doubt. That's easy enough. Liberals are always spaced out. Meanwhile, at North Pole was a plan underway to set Santa free and save Christmas Day. Out of a helicopter, an Air Force vet ran, a dashing and handsome, slightly balding man. "Goodness," asked St. Nick, "who's this man on a mission?" "My gosh, it's the leader of the opposition." The leader cut the bars and set Santa away, who wasted no time and ran straight for his sleigh. But as he jumped on, a reindeer did buck. Santa stubbed his big toe and yelled, "Oh, shucks." Then off and the chariot went. Up it soared, our children's dreams renewed and also restored, proving again Christmas dreams can come true as Santa and all turn their colors to blue.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
For a slightly less partisan Christmas poem. 'Tis the last sitting week before Christmas for this virtual House. Instead of coming to Ottawa, MPs are home with their spouse. Using a new cloud platform, never leaving the room, House meetings or committee, it all happens on Zoom. Making speeches of brilliance, winning each dispute, only to realize that you were on mute. Working for your constituents, fighting for grants, wearing shirt, tie, and jacket with no need for pants. For MPs, tackling a virus has become the most important of tasks. We beseeched all Canadians to wash their hands and wear masks. With the Team Canada approach, there is no I or me. For Parliamentarians 2020 has been all about we. We've worked together on programs that have made all the news. Millions of Canadians have used CERB, CECRA, and CEWS. In this crazy environment, division is something we cannot afford. Politicians must come together, like Freeland and Ford. Si Saint Nicolas envers nous sera plus ou moins sévère.
Saint Nicholas could be severe with us or not, based on the various behaviors of the different parties, with their different colors. I fear that the only ones to really win his approval will be our pages. The opposition keeps asking for more information about this virus. But what we want from Christmas is that we finally get a vaccine.
For something, it is clear what that would be, a return in 2021 to real normalcy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the wage subsidy was supposed to help workers stay employed. It was supposed to help small businesses keep their doors open. Instead, we've learned that it went to padding the bottom lines of 68 of Canada's largest corporations. How much money did this government spend subsidizing corporations that didn't lose a penny during COVID-19?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will get to the question in a moment, but allow me to begin by thanking the doctors, the researchers, the scientists at Health Canada and elsewhere who worked tirelessly over the past many weeks and months to approve the first COVID-19 vaccine, safe and effective for use for Canadians today. This is a big deal, Mr. Speaker. It is a good news day for Canadians. We will see 30,000 vaccines begin to arrive next week, with many more on the horizon. But we are not through this yet. We've got a tough winter to get through, and I know we're going to be able to get through it together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the vaccine is great news. I agree with the Prime Minister, and I appreciate him voting for our motion to have a plan so that Canadians can see that. I want to add to his thanks the Canadian Armed Forces, who helped our long-term care. We learned recently that Extendicare received $82 million from the wage subsidy at a time the Canadian Armed Forces took over their facility in Toronto, meaning Canadians were actually paying shareholders while the Canadian Armed Forces were cleaning up the corporate mess. Why did the Prime Minister pay millions for a job that the Canadian Armed Forces ended up doing?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of this pandemic, we made a promise to Canadians that we would have their backs, and that's exactly what we did. We delivered on a CERB that helped Canadians with replacement for their paychecks. We delivered on a wage subsidy that supported businesses, small and larger, to be able to get through these difficult times, and Canadians pulled together. We've continued to be there with PPE, and now with vaccines, with rapid testing, and with other things that have worked directly with the provinces. We will continue to support Canadians as necessary so we can get through this pandemic.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Clearly put conditions on companies when it comes to dividends and share repurchasing in exchange for loans. Spain and the Netherlands built restrictions into their wage subsidy program. Once again, the government couldn't be bothered to do basic due diligence. Will the Prime Minister commit to reforming the Canadian emergency wage subsidy that it only benefits those in the break room as opposed to the corporate executives in the boardroom?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives are talking about limiting and being careful and holding back on spending and criticizing us for having gotten money out too quickly to too many Canadians, we knew that during these unprecedented times, we needed to get money into the pockets of Canadians, into the bank accounts of small businesses as quickly as possible. And as we've said, we are verifying things on the back end. We're making sure that people didn't take advantage of it. But people who made good faith mistakes, Mr. Speaker, will not be penalized. Our focus during this year has been to be there for Canadians, and that's what we've done.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
But the Prime Minister is penalizing average Canadians and helping major corporations. The government changed the criteria for the CERB so that people who took home more than $5,000 before taxes are now being assessed on their net income instead of their gross income. The website mentioned nothing about net, Mr. Speaker. Even after the changes, it still doesn't. Why is there one set of rules for Canadians working hard and struggling in the unemployment line and another set of rules for connected corporate Liberal insiders?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
From the very beginning, we were clear on getting support out to Canadians. The rules did not change, but we've indicated to Canadians that we will work with them if people made good faith mistakes. We know that during this unprecedented time, we needed to be there for Canadians, and that is the choice we made. Now, the Conservatives have said we shouldn't have delivered as much money to Canadians as we did, but I know there's a lot of Canadians who look back on this year and understand that because we were all there for each other, it was a much less bad 2020. We're not going to call it a good 2020, but a less bad 2020 than it otherwise would have been.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we're living in a country where privacy protection is a fundamental right. Young people today are victims of traffickers. They're vulnerable. Those people are disclosing content without consent. C11 could be amended to protect personal information. Is the Liberal government prepared to protect these vulnerable people in our society? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been working tirelessly to protect vulnerable Canadians, and that includes online activities. We're going to move forward with regulation that will ensure that online platforms withdraw or remove all illegal content, whether it's hate speech or exploitation of minors or any other violence or terrorist activity. And we will give our authorities the tools they need to protect the most vulnerable.
Beloy-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Beloy-Chambly. That's quite a welcome. Mr. Speaker, in an unprecedented and historic act, 6 premiers of Quebec wrote a short and clear letter calling for the Charter of the French language to apply to federally regulated businesses. They're joining with the unanimous voice of the National Assembly of Canada and the Bloc, and we're not so sure about the member for Montreal, but will the Prime Minister support and vote for the Bloc's legislation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Our 2 official languages are at the very foundation of our country. We will always defend the uniqueness of the French fact in Quebec and all across the country. We will defend both official languages for those living in minority language situations, and we have tabled legislation to protect languages on the web, and we will strengthen the Official Languages Act. The Honourable Member for Beloy-Chambly. Quebecers and all their former premiers know how they want to protect French. On another matter. The Prime Minister will be meeting with the premiers. Is he going to go into that meeting with an attitude of confrontation and interference, or will he present a proposal that might meet the premier's demands without any interference or strings attached? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Bloc Québécois is always trying to pick a fight, but we have been getting along very well with the premiers for months. We've transferred resources to them to the tune of billions for healthcare. We've provided them with PPE, rapid testing, and now vaccines. We will be there to work with the premiers and the provinces to protect the health of all Canadians, and we will keep doing that.
South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government gave $1 billion to big business, and those companies gave $5 billion to their shareholders. But the Liberals don't want to penalize those companies. The people they do want to penalize are the workers and artists who applied in good faith for benefits. Why are the Liberals protecting the ultra-rich and penalizing workers and artists? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've been there since the very outset to help Canadians who lost their job because of COVID-19 with the CERB, with the wage subsidy for small businesses. We were there to help people through the very hard times of this pandemic, and we will stay there. We will keep supporting companies and workers, our seniors, our young people. We know that the pandemic is not over, even though vaccines will begin arriving next week. We need to stand up together to get through this winter.
Government are literally going after self-employed and artists. They're literally doing that right now. This government spent $1 billion on companies that turned around and gave $5 billion in dividends to their shareholders. 2 of those were long-term care homes, which had some of the worst conditions for residents and seniors. Why didn't the Liberal government make sure that all public money was going to protect vulnerable seniors and residents of those long-term care homes?
Yeah. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member referred to artists, and yes, indeed, as a government, we have acknowledged how hard our artists and creators have been hit by this pandemic with a lack of audiences to share their work with, their art with, and that is why, in addition to the CERB, we've provided hundreds of millions of dollars in additional support for them, and we will remain there throughout this pandemic so that we can all celebrate together at the end of the pandemic.
I have no doubt that the reports of young girls being abused and those acts being recorded and then viewed millions of times online disturbs all of us. When I read about it last weekend, I was shocked, and frankly, I was disgusted that it was happening right here out of Canada. I think all of us were. The Prime Minister was informed of this last March, and I'm wondering if he can tell us why he didn't, at that point, begin the process of stopping these images from being portrayed and viewed all around the world. I'm wondering why he didn't start doing something back in March.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been working for many years to fight child exploitation and abuse, and that's why we continue today actively working to create new regulations to require online platforms to eliminate illegal content, including hate speech, child sexual exploitation, and violent or extremist content. Our approach will ensure that illegal content is removed quickly, that platforms are monitored, and that victims have access to a fast, transparent, and independent process. We're working with our international partners as well, and we intend to introduce these regulations at the earliest opportunity.
Member for Portage Lisgar.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're hearing that these porn sites themselves are going to start verifying the content, but I don't think any of us have any faith in these porn sites. Their goal is to make money, clearly not protect women and girls. None of us want this abuse to continue. We all have sisters and daughters. The government has said that they're going to introduce legislation next year, but I'm asking the Prime Minister, is there something that he can do today to protect our nation's daughters, to do something for them, not next year, not in a few months, but today, to stop this online abuse from happening and happening right here in Canada.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past years, we have stepped up on our fight as a government against abuse, against gender-based violence, against exploitation of minors. We've continued to put forward measures that protect all Canadians, particularly women and girls, and we will continue to do that. Working with the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality, we've put forward many programs to support, and as the member opposite says, there is much more to do, and we look forward to getting the support of all parties in this House as we move forward on strengthening measures to protect all Canadians.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has shown that the provinces have substantial health demands. They need more resources. The Prime Minister will be meeting with the premiers tomorrow to talk about health transfers. Is he prepared to do like our leader and commit to providing stable, predictable, and unconditional funding for our provincial partners? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the very beginning of the pandemic, we have been there with the provinces and territories to protect Canadians, to invest in the healthcare system. From the very beginning, we transferred $500 million more, including 2 record transfers this year. And later, with the Safe Restart, we added another $500 million. In total, Mr. Speaker, that's $25 billion that we've transferred to the provinces, in addition to rapid testing and PPE, and now in addition to vaccines. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, in his last economic update, the Prime Minister tried to throw the provinces a bone by announcing $1 billion for long-term care facilities. $1 billion with a whole bunch of unacceptable strings attached. That is purely and simply federal interference. The provinces can manage their own funds. Has the Prime Minister lost confidence in the provinces? And is he unable to commit to stable, predictable, and unconditional transfers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the lives of our seniors and their dignity has no jurisdiction. It's also part of the federal government's responsibility to protect our seniors all across the country. We are working with the provinces, in partnership with the provinces, to deliver a better healthcare system to Canadians. And those systems will protect Canadians better, unfortunately, than we've been able to with this pandemic. All Canadians expect all seniors to be protected wherever they live across the country, and we will be there to work with the provinces on this.
Gary.
Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago and counting, the Prime Minister promised to end the blood ban against gay and bisexual men. All parties are united in ending this outdated stigma now, not in months or years. More than ever, safe blood donations are needed urgently. The Canadian Medical Association and the All Blood is Equal campaign have the science-based, safe solution that simply changes a questionnaire to ask about sexual behaviour, not sexual orientation. Will the Prime Minister finally keep his promise and put an immediate end to this discrimination?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we got elected in 2015, we made the commitment to end the MSM blood ban, and we are working forward towards that. We dropped the ban from 5 years to 1 year and further dropped it to 3 months, but we needed to do that based on science. Unfortunately, under the Harper government, the blood services were starved of the research money necessary to do the work, and therefore we funded them to do the scientific research necessary to be able to eliminate that blood ban altogether. That is our goal, and that is what we are going to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my friend and colleague had a very reasonable question on the discriminatory blood ban against members of the LGBTQ community. The Prime Minister has made this promise several times over the last few years, but like many things, there's never action. There is science, and there are several other countries following this procedure and ending discriminatory bans now. Will the Prime Minister answer with a serious question, with a timeline, to live up to the promise he made 5 years ago?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the deferral period was reduced from 5 years to 1 year. In 2019, it was further reduced to 3 months. We have funded 15 projects to find the evidence necessary to eliminate it altogether. We will continue to work with Canadian Blood Services and HoC Quebec until we cross this finish line, which is in sight. But I'm very pleased to see members opposite standing up for the rights of the LGBTQ community. I just wish they would talk to their members who continue to stand in favour of the barbaric conversion therapy. It would be nice to see the Conservative Party stand with the LGBT community for once.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, Pierre-Marc Johnson, Daniel Johnson, Lucien Bouchard, Jean Charest, Pauline Marois, and Philippe Couillard. The only female premier and all living premiers in Quebec history have joined with the National Assembly in calling for the Charter of the French language to apply to federally regulated businesses in Quebec. The Bloc Québécois has tabled legislation to that effect. Will the Prime Minister heed the call of all Quebec premiers and commit to supporting our bill? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're waiting to see the bill that the Quebec government is going to table at the appropriate time, and we will work with them to protect the French language. That is a priority to the Liberal Party of Canada and always has been. We announced in the throne speech that we would be there, not just in the same way that we've always been to protect Francophone minorities all across the country, which the Bloc can't do, but also to protect the French language within Quebec. And we will be there wholeheartedly to ensure that our beautiful French language is protected. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Blah, 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 blah. Empty rhetoric. For 13 years, the Bloc has been calling for Bill 101 to cover federally regulated companies. Surely the Prime Minister's had time enough to make up his mind by now. Today, all the premiers in the history of Quebec are calling for this to happen, and all of Quebec's labour unions have climbed on the bandwagon. The unanimous National Assembly, the House of Commons, everyone's calling on the Prime Minister to take action. Will he extend Bill 101 to federally regulated companies, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, blah, 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 that's all the Bloc can do, Mr. Speaker. We are here to act to protect the French language, and we will always be there. We have committed to choosing only judges for the Supreme Court who can speak French, something the Conservatives have not even committed to doing. We will continue to defend the French language and work together with the government of Quebec when they table their legislation. We're looking forward to seeing it, and we will work together to meet this challenge of the decline of French in Quebec.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the House passed a motion calling on the government to make a decision on Huawei by Friday, December 18th. The motion isn't binding at law, but it is binding in a moral sense. Will the Prime Minister respect Parliament's will, and will he make a decision on Huawei by next Friday? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 5G technology will meet an explosion in demand for faster and higher speed and higher capacity networks. And Canadians look forward to taking advantage of the latest innovations of 5G technology. But security will always be our top priority, and we will never compromise on matters of national security. We are continuing to make sure that our Canadian networks are safe and secure, and we will continue to work with our experts in order to move forward appropriately.
It's not about how great 5G is. It's about respecting democratic norms. This Prime Minister talks a good game about
respecting democratic norms abroad. He has said, quote, Canada recognizes the critical need to strengthen democratic norms in institutions around the world. The PM talks the talk, but he doesn't walk the walk here at home. He fails to uphold democratic norms here at home. He has ignored the call by this House to list the IRGC as a terrorist group. Is he also going to ignore the call by this House to make a decision on Huawei by next week Friday?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, particularly in this time of pandemic when everyone is turning towards digital and online activities as essential for staying connected, we will continue to ensure that we're listening to the best advice of our scientists and experts and national security advisors in terms of making the right decision to keep Canadians safe while giving them access to the full range of digital opportunities. That is what Canadians expect of us. That's what they expect of all of us in this House. We look forward to working together to ensure that that happens.
Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, first we were going to have a decision on Huawei before the election. Then we weren't. Then we were going to have a new framework on China. Then we weren't. All the while, Canada's national security is being threatened, and Canadians are being harassed and intimidated by China's foreign influence operations here on Canadian soil. When will this government get its act together on China, respect the will of this House, and come forward with a robust plan to counter China's foreign influence operations here on Canadian soil?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, 2 Canadians, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, have been detained arbitrarily by China, and Canada has done absolutely everything necessary to try and get them home safely. We will continue to hold up our principles, our values, and the rule of law as we defend Canadian rights, as we push back against China's coercive.
What's the problem? Is it with the interpretation?
Okay. So, can I ask, is it working now? Interpretation's functioning? L'interprétation.
Is the interpretation working now? Okay. Okay. The Right Honourable Prime Minister had finished, so the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Chinese regime is abusing our citizens, abusing our security, abusing human rights, abusing the rules-based trade order. This week, the European Union passed their Magnitsky Act. This week, the United States added 14 more Chinese officials to their sanction list for the creation of a police state in Hong Kong where 300,000 Canadians live. That brings 29 officials to the list sanctioned by the U.S. The number for this Prime Minister is 0. When will the Prime Minister finally show a serious and principled approach with respect to Communist China at home and abroad?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, over the course of the last 2 years, we have worked tirelessly with allies and partners around the world on holding China to account for the arbitrary detention of 2 Canadian citizens. We have pushed hard, and we've seen allies in every corner of this planet speak up in the defense not just of Canadians, but of the fundamental rule of law that protects us all around this world. We are going to continue to work closely with our allies, particularly in the Five Eyes, to push back against China's coercive diplomacy in a way that benefits Canadians, that upholds our values, and protects the opportunities we have around the world.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians who followed the rules and applied for CERB in good faith are now getting repayment demands from the government. My constituent Carol is self-employed and made less than $10,000 last year, but the government says her net income was barely too low, so now she owes them $14,000. Meanwhile, the Liberals are letting at least 68 large companies who got millions in government aid pay out that money as dividends to shareholders. So why do the Liberals always help the rich but keep Canadians like Carol in poverty?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we knew in this pandemic we needed to support Canadians, and that's exactly what we did. We rolled out in record time supports to Canadians across the country with the CERB, with the wage subsidy, with supports for seniors, for youth, for families. We're going to continue to be there to support Canadians. Now, during that time, there are people who may have made good faith errors. They will not be penalized for that. We needed to make sure we would have Canadians' backs, and every step of the way, we've been there for them.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, currently there's a proposal at the WTO to waive intellectual property provisions that could frustrate the COVID-19 vaccine rollout across the world, and Canada has so far stood against that proposal. Instead of helping big pharmaceutical companies protect their bottom line, the government should be putting the needs of people first. We need to do everything we can to ensure the safe, timely, and affordable delivery of as much vaccine as possible. The WTO TRIPS Council meeting is tomorrow. Will the Prime Minister commit to finally supporting the waiver to ensure people and not profits are the focal point of decisions around vaccine production and distribution?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we knew that you cannot end this pandemic anywhere without ending it everywhere, which is why even as we were securing a larger range of potential vaccines than any other country, even as we were securing more doses per capita for Canadians than for any other country, and even as we are now seeing vaccines roll out to Canadians as early as next week, we've not forgotten our obligations to the international community, which is why we've stepped up with the COVAX facility, with the ACT Accelerator, with measures that will ensure that as vaccines become available, they become available to the most vulnerable around the world as well. We need to vaccinate billions in the coming years. We will help.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition has said Canada is at the back of the line for vaccines, and a member of the party opposite is even sponsoring a petition questioning the safety and the effectiveness of vaccines, and the leader of the opposition refuses to denounce his comments. Earlier this morning, they were proven wrong. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on the government's plan to get Canadians a vaccine for COVID-19?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank the member for Newmarket Aurora. Mr. Speaker, we reached a critical milestone in our fight against COVID-19 today. Health Canada approved the first vaccine for COVID-19. Regulators worked around the clock to complete a thorough independent review. This vaccine is safe and effective. We will have 249,000 doses by the end of the month. An initial shipment of 30,000 doses will depart for Canada this week, arriving at the 14 shipment points across the country as early as Monday. We're working with and thank the Canadian Armed Forces who are ready to ensure Canadians get vaccinated as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
On June 30th, Air Canada cancelled 30 regional routes with no follow-up plan from this government. On October 14th, WestJet cancelled another 5 routes. Regional routes with no follow-up from this government. Yesterday, Air Canada cancelled another 5 regional routes with no follow-up plan from this government. Mr. Speaker, these routes are important not only for the communities, for the aviation workers, but for Canadians who rely on their services. When will this Prime Minister deliver on his promise to restore Canada's regional routes?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, air sector workers are hit hard by this crisis, and we continue to support them with our programs. We're very concerned about Air Canada's decision to suspend additional regional routes in the Atlantic. As we are developing a package of assistance for the Canadian airlines industry, I can assure Canadians that before we spend 1 penny of taxpayer money on airlines, we will ensure that regional communities retain air connections to the rest of Canada and that Canadians get their refunds. We know that this is not a time for travelling right now, Mr. Speaker, but when we get to start travelling again, we know that our air carriers need to be there for all regions of this country.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Yesterday we learned flights to airports in St. John, Sydney, Fredericton, Charlottetown, Deer Lake, and Halifax have been reduced or cut entirely. For months, the Transportation Minister has said a plan is coming. Today, the Prime Minister says he's concerned. That's not good enough. We're 9 months into this pandemic, and air travel is going the wrong direction. My constituents in southwest New Brunswick, which now has 0 service out of St. John, as well as thousands of others in Atlantic Canada, want to know what the Liberals are going to do to keep airline travel running down east.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, given this pandemic, there are not a lot of Canadians traveling in the Atlantic bubble or elsewhere across the country. And airlines have made decisions that are concerning not just for now, but for the future as well. We are ensuring and working with them to ensure that regional routes are restored as soon as necessary, as soon as possible. And indeed, we will not be supporting the airlines with sector-specific support until they are assuring us return of regional routes and return the refunds to Canadians.
For Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday residents of the South Okanagan were shocked to find out that Air Canada is cancelling all flights to the Penticton Airport. Those that rely on this airport do not have access to a government jet like the Health Minister, and they certainly don't have the luxury of waiting for months as this government dithers and delays. Mr. Speaker, will this Prime Minister do something now? Or is he telling the residents of the area that they should go fly a kite, because they certainly won't be flying?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have worked with sectors hard hit by this pandemic from the very beginning, including over $1 billion to airline workers across the industries to support the important air travel that it will be necessary once this pandemic is over. We have expressed over the past many months our concern about suspension of regional routes, and will continue to work with airlines to ensure support and protection of regional routes, particularly once we get through this pandemic and want to start traveling again. But as I said, no sector-specific support will go to the airlines until they return refunds to Canadians and until they show us a plan for restoring regional routes.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister Mackenzie King once said Canada is a nation with too much geography. This Prime Minister seems to agree, and he's failing regional markets from the Okanagan in BC to Atlantic Canada. The government has failed to roll out a rapid testing strategy at airports that would allow some of these regional routes to remain open. The federal government is responsible for the certainty of air travel that binds this country, Mr. Speaker. How many Canadians are going to be stranded on the tarmac waiting for this government to act?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again we hear the Leader of the Official Opposition going on about rapid testing, when the fact is he's been talking about it all fall, when over 2 months ago, Mr. Speaker, we sent rapid tests to the provinces in the millions. In regards to the travel, we have over the past many weeks run a pilot project with our friends in the Government of Alberta to ensure that we can see the impact on rapid testing on quarantine times, and drawing from the data that we get from that, we will make further decisions about how to best keep Canadians safe as they seek to travel once again.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has just recorded 1,728 new COVID cases. Healthcare workers are already overwhelmed, and soon we'll be asking them to do even more because they will also have to be managing the vaccines too. It's healthcare personnel on the front lines fighting this crisis, and it's also them who will get us out of this crisis too with vaccines. We have to support them, not turn our backs on them. Will the Prime Minister join Quebec and the other provinces to announce an increase in health transfers in a significant and lasting way? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're in the midst of an unprecedented crisis right now, and during this crisis, we have been there at every step for Canadians and for healthcare services. We were there with historic transfers of several billions of dollars, and we were there for PPEs and for quick testing, and now we are there to help with vaccines. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to sitting down with the premiers tomorrow to discuss everything we're doing together to protect Canadians now and looking to the future as well. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Healthcare transfers need to be greater. All the provincial premiers will be meeting with the Prime Minister tomorrow to ask for an increase in health transfers. They had to cancel Christmas. They had to shut down thousands of companies. They had to announce to millions of people that they would be losing their jobs. They had to cancel operations and stop cancer screening. These are unprecedented measures because this is an unprecedented crisis. Will the Prime Minister take this into account and finally increase health transfers in a lasting and significant way. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to correct my honourable colleague. This year we transferred tens of billions of dollars additionally for the healthcare system in partnership with the provinces. And next year, we are going to be transferring another $42 billion extra for healthcare systems. But in this crisis, we have gone beyond what it's ever been done in the past to help provinces to ensure the safety and health of all Canadians. And we will always be there to ensure the health and safety of Canadians. That's what Canadians expect of their federal government, and that's what we're going to continue to do. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthur Besca. See former Quebec premiers of all political stripes support the National Assembly statement saying that Bill 101 should be applying to federal jurisdictions, companies under federal jurisdictions in Quebec. Even unions are asking for this. All the opposition parties agree with this request in this House. We're just missing one person to be in support of it, and he's in front of us now. How come the Prime Minister does not support the request of all former premiers of Quebec and all the people I've just mentioned? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we're waiting for the provincial government in place now to table legislation on this. We're going to look at this, and we're always going to work with them to protect the French language like we've always done as a party. But I don't have any lessons to learn from the Conservatives, because could they commit today to, for example, appointing bilingual judges to the Supreme Court? How come they refuse to do this? Are they going to rise to talk about this now? Or perhaps they could commit to only speaking French, appointing French-speaking judges to the Supreme Court like we did. It's incredible to hear this Prime Minister who's not able to, well, in addition to the director of the party in Quebec and almost all the members who are speaking against Bill 101 right now, we learned that the formal Liberal member sent a letter to the media saying that he's also against federal companies under federal jurisdiction being subject to Bill 101. The Prime Minister should say clearly in this House that he agrees that companies under federal jurisdiction in Quebec should be subject to Bill 101. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As I predicted, Mr. Speaker, they're saying nothing about the fact that we think that Supreme Court judges should all be able to speak French. The Conservatives are not there to protect the French language. They're there to play petty politics. We are there to protect the French fact across Canada, including in Quebec, and we're going to continue to work to defend minorities and the beautiful French language across our country. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. 6 former Quebec premiers signed a statement showing their support to Bill 101. People from different political backgrounds, and they are on the same page. Mr. Speaker, it's rare that Mr. Charest and Mr. Bouchard agree on something, and that is the position of our party as well. What is this Liberal government waiting for to allow for an extension of Bill 101 to bring federal companies under federal jurisdiction? We're waiting for legislation from the current government of Quebec. But once again, I've just given them 3 opportunities to pronounce their opinion on Supreme Court judges. They refuse to commit to appoint only French-speaking justices to the Supreme Court of Canada. You want to see what they think about the French fact in Canada and bilingualism? Well, there's an example. The Liberal Party will always be defending the French language.
Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first bring warm regards from Nova Scotia. And I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on Canada's first vaccine approval announced today. So while this is very good news, rapid testing is also very important to stop the spread of COVID-19. And I know my constituents here in Cumberland, Colchester would very much appreciate hearing about the availability of testing upon possible exposure. So could the Prime Minister please give us an update with regards to ensuring Canadians have access to rapid testing? Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Cumberland Colchester for the question and for her exemplary leadership during this extremely difficult year. Testing is one of the most important tools we have to respond to COVID-19. We've already authorized 6 rapid test response kits to date and deployed over 8.1 million of them to provinces and territories. To ensure that these tests are put to best use, PHAC also released guidance for provinces and territories on best practices. We've been there for the provinces and territories every step of the way, and will continue to support them in delivering on their responsibilities for healthcare.
Member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, municipalities across Northern Ontario have been waiting over 100 days to find out whether they will receive funding through the Community Investment Initiative to support economic development. The department claims to respond to funding applications within 80 days, so I raised this issue to the minister 2 weeks ago, but as of this morning, we are still waiting for an answer. So can the Prime Minister tell us when these municipalities can expect to have a clear answer on the status of their funding applications?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Over the past many months, we have worked to flow unprecedented funds to provinces, to municipalities, to communities and organizations that have needed extra support because of this terrible 2020. The COVID crisis has caused us all to need to pull together and work together, and we have been there for municipalities, for Indigenous communities, for rural and remote areas, for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We will continue to work with them to ensure their applications get processed as quickly as possible for any further help that they might need. We will be there for Canadians. That's a promise we've made. That's a promise we've kept.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that was a classic non-answer from this Prime Minister. I asked a question about the Community Investment Initiative through FENNOR. The Prime Minister didn't respond with using the words FENNOR, the Community Investment Initiative, economic development, or Northern Ontario, Mr. Speaker. So I will give him the opportunity to answer the question again. When will Northern Ontario municipalities expect to have a clear answer on the status of their funding applications?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think if the member opposite checks the Blues, he will see that I actually said that the applications are being looked at as rapidly as possible, and we will work with them for any extra funds that they need. In the meantime, speaking of regional development agencies, I was extremely pleased to highlight that in the Fall Economic Statement, we recognize the need for a specific regional development agency for British Columbia. Now, in addition to the tremendous amount of support we give through Western diversification, we will be able to give more support in addition to that directly to BC to ensure that regional development agencies have the tools to best support people on the ground right across the country. This is a good day for regional development across the country and will continue to be.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our economic recovery has to be about how we create jobs and in the process get our resources to market. The proposed Alberta to Alaska rail link can play a vital role in increasing market access for Canadian resources and creating jobs in Yukon and across the Northwest. Indigenous leaders are championing this project, but we can't get a straight answer out of this government. So, Mr. Speaker, is this government going to support the Alberta to Alaska rail link? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we receive a detailed project, we will look at that project. That is how these things work. We no longer in a time where someone can simply shrug and decide, I'm going to throw a railroad across the country and then get it done. We instead are going to work with interested groups, work with proponents of the project, and make sure that it is done the right way. Conservatives might try to take shortcuts all the time. We are focused on getting things done right so they don't end up in the court years down the road. We believe in developing the economy of this country the right way, in partnership with Indigenous people, in partnership with environmental concerns. That's exactly what we will do.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, our government has done an outstanding job of ensuring that Canadians have access to essential personal protective equipment. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic that it was very difficult to ensure that we received N95 masks, face shields, gowns, and other PPE that met the standards. There were supply chain issues and an unprecedented level of demand as the entire world sought this equipment. Can the Prime Minister give us an update on the PPE that we brought into Canada and sent to our provinces and territories? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for his question and for his hard work. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had to face many challenges to acquire PPE, and we rose to the challenge by negotiating contracts for the purchase of more than 187 million N95 respirators, face shields, millions of facial surgical masks, and deliveries continue to arrive every day. We promise to protect the health of Canadians, and that's exactly what we're doing.
For Churchill, Kiwatinuk, Aski.
Mr. Speaker, no community has been harder hit in Canada by COVID-19 than Shamattawa First Nation. 291 confirmed and many more potential cases, an 80% test positivity rate. I reached out to the ministers again yesterday. I appreciate a reconnaissance mission is heading in today. But this nightmare scenario is getting worse by the hour. And this is happening in Canada, one of the wealthiest countries in the world. So will the Prime Minister do whatever it takes to save the lives of the people of Shamattawa First Nation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, we said we'd always be there to help those in need, and that's exactly what we're doing. The Minister of Indigenous Services confirmed support from the Canadian Rangers to Chief Redhead of Shamattawa this weekend. We've heard the call for more support, and an evacuation of vulnerable community members has already begun, with efforts underway to increase the isolation capacity within the community. We will be there for them. And speaking of being there for them, because this is the last question, allow me, Mr. Speaker, to thank all the pages, all the House of Commons staff, and everyone who've been there for us through this very difficult year. And to you and your colleagues, Mr. Speaker, thank you all for an extraordinarily difficult but successful year in this House of Commons.
And this will conclude a question period for today. We have notice of a couple of points of order. We'll first go by video conference. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. I'm sorry, I'm used to saying Winnipeg North. It's Winnipeg Centre.
Why is that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That given that COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted people who are homeless or unhoused, that the House call upon the government, while respecting the jurisdiction of Quebec, the other provinces, and Indigenous nations to, A, recognize that people who are homeless and unhoused, many of whom are Indigenous peoples, seniors, persons with disabilities, and low-income people, do not have the resources to fully practice the necessary public health measures as recommended by the federal, provincial, and territorial officials on how to stay safe during the pandemic. B, make substantive investments in both long-term and short-term programs, including low-barrier shelters, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing for those who are chronically unhoused. C, put in place an urban Indigenous housing strategy led by Indigenous peoples. And D, increase funding for NGOs who help individuals needing to self-isolate due to COVID-19, including by providing mental health supports, addiction services, meal programs, and other measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members will be familiar now that with this being a hybrid sitting, we'll only be seeking to hear of those who are in disagreement with the honourable member proposing this motion. I therefore ask all those who oppose the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre proposing this motion, please say nay. Hearing none, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those any opposed to the motion, please say nay. There being no dissenting voice, I declare the motion carried. We'll now go to the honourable member, et maintenant, l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable on a point of order. Thank you for not mixing me up with a member for Winnipeg North. During question period, the Prime Minister said he cares about official languages, but he doesn't seem to be able to apply the Official Languages Acts within the government, for example, when it comes to granting contracts like the We Charity one. So I request the House's permission to enable me to table a statement on the recognition of the use of French and English in Canadian society and other related matters. Once again, I would ask only those opposed to this request to express their disagreement. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. There is no unanimous consent.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the Veterans Ombudsman Annual Report for 2019-2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the text of the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Dépôt de documents. La Présidente du Conseil.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the annual report to Parliament for the 2019 to 2020 fiscal year, Federal Regulatory Management Initiatives, which lays out the important measures taken in regulation by the Governor and Council, including the one-for-one rule. The report also includes information on administrative requirements in federal regulation for 2019-2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8)A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de documents. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Lemaitre there. Ms. Ng, seconded by Mr. Lemaitre, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Agreement on Trade Continuity between Canada and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Ng, seconded by Mr. Lemaitre, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presentation of reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Ms. May is online. Mr. Manley, seconded by Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 Thermal Coal. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to table this private member's bill today, and I'm pleased that my colleague, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, is the seconder on this bill. Our constituents are fed up with the increased use of the Salish Sea as a free parking lot for bulk freighters anchored around the southern Gulf Islands. Many of these bulk freighters are exporting dirty U.S. thermal coal from ports in British Columbia because the West Coast U.S. states have banned the export of thermal coal from their ports. Under international trade rules, we cannot simply ban the export of U.S. thermal coal from Canadian ports. Therefore, this legislation seeks to ban the export of all thermal coal by ship from Canada. Burning thermal coal is the dirtiest, most carbon-intense way to produce electricity. Canada is shutting down its thermal coal electrical generation, and it is hypocritical to be exporting thermal coal to Asia to burn for electricity there. This does not fit our commitment to climate change. The language of this bill is simple. It is prohibited for a vessel to load into its hold at a port or marine installation in Canada any thermal coal that is to be transported outside of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Manley, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Manley, seconded by Ms. May, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion's deemed adopted.
Law, first reading of this bill.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions. First of all, members participating on Zoom, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor and privilege to table e-petition 2828, which has 1,861 signatures. The petitioners are concerned about the Vancouver-Fraser Port Authority proposal to build another container terminal at Roberts Bank, creating a massive new man-made island the size of 150 football fields. The petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to maintain the environmental integrity of the Roberts Bank ecosystem for migratory birds, the endangered southern resident killer whales, and other wildlife. They are asking the government to deny approval of the Roberts Bank Container Terminal 2 project. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. L'Honorable Député, the Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is supported by the majority of the 91 churches in my riding. And these undersigned citizens are extremely concerned about Bill C-6, about the attack on their freedom of religion, conscience, expression, belief, and their ability to speak it in the public square. While all Canadians agree that no one should have to forcibly undergo a treatment they do not want, Bill C-6 prevents a person who of their own free will wants counseling or advice or prayer about their sexual confusion. We call upon the Government of Canada for a narrower definition of what the Liberals view as conversion therapy in order to exclude pastoral care, voluntary sought counseling, or prayer. We call upon the Government of Canada to amend or withdraw this legislation. We call upon the Government of Canada to preserve our charter rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
I hope I didn't cut the member for Sarnia Lambton off too much there. I think she was saying some well wishes, so I appreciate that. We'll now go to the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To avoid being cut off, let me just say right now to the Speaker and to our table officers and our wonderful members of the House community that supports us as members of Parliament, thank you very much, and I hope everyone is able to enjoy holidays in these difficult times. I'm honored to present a petition today on behalf of constituents who are very concerned about public money being spent on the Trans Mountain Pipeline. They note that completion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline is inconsistent with Canada's Canada's greenhouse gas reduction targets, a point actually made yesterday by the Parliamentary Budget Office in their most recent study that you can't complete the pipeline in a way that allows it to be profitable while at the same time meeting Canada's commitments to reduce greenhouse gases. The petitioners call on the House assembled to press the government to stop any public funds being used to build the Trans Mountain expansion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any petitions? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join my voice to others who are wishing colleagues best wishes for the holidays, and if they celebrate a Merry Christmas. I know often during this time of year we turn our attention to those who are less fortunate, who are in a vulnerable position, and it is in that spirit that I table a petition highlighting the horrific human rights abuses targeting Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners highlight a campaign of forced abortion, forced sterilization, forced insertion of IUDs, undermining the bodily autonomy and the rights of Uyghur women, but also part of a effort by the government of China to reduce the Uyghur population, efforts that have been called by the Subcommittee for International Human Rights and are being called by petitioners a genocide. Petitioners call on the House to recognize that genocide and also to use the Magnitsky Act to target those involved in these violations, and noting as well that oftentimes during holidays we see escalations of human rights abuses in certain parts of the world when perhaps authoritarian governments think that our attention is turned. So we need to continue to be vigilant and aware of these issues even during.
We're getting a lot of requests for petitions today, and I would ask honourable members to keep their comments succinct and specifically only relating to the petition. We'll now go to the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present two petitions to the House today. Many Canadians were shocked to see that in the middle of a pandemic, while the government takes months to fix bungled support programs and provide our hardest hit industries with support they need, their government is more focused on pursuing ideological agenda than actually helping Canadians. The first petition I'm presenting addresses Bill C-7. Petitioners recognize that the Canadian government should invest in palliative care and support for people with physical and mental disabilities and should seek to preserve life rather than end it. They also recognize that the current MAID safeguards in place are necessary to protect people with disabilities and those who cannot consent from having their lives prematurely terminated. So they're asking the House to preserve the necessary safeguards for euthanasia that are in place to ensure that vulnerable Canadians are protected. The second petition I'm presenting addresses Bill C-6, or what was Bill C-8 before the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament to cover up the WE scandal. Petitioners recognize that in Bill C-6, conversion therapy is vaguely defined and overreaches established safeguarding principles by criminalizing therapies offered by medical professionals and normal conversations between children and parents, counselors, and caregivers and educators. The petition, which received 1,293 signatures, calls on the House to address that issue by fixing the definition and asks that the government complete and make public a gender-based analysis of the impact of the legislation that it could have on women, children, professionals, and families in health, education, and caregiver roles. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Puis ça me donne un...
I'm very pleased to present three petitions here today, but before I do that, I'd like to join with my colleagues in wishing everyone a very Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and for those who celebrate Hanukkah, and also for those who celebrate Kwanzaa, Merry Kwanzaa as well. In that vein, Mr. Speaker, the first petition I'm presenting has been signed by hundreds of Canadians calling on Parliament to ensure that the history books of Canada are rewritten with greater detail about enslavement in Canada and the trafficking of Black people in Canada, so that people are more aware of the conditions and injustices that Black Canadians were subjected to for centuries.
Present on behalf of the Nigerian Canadian community, which is calling upon this Parliament again to condemn the violence against unarmed protesters at the Lekki toll gate in October in Nigeria. This is an issue which has been of great concern to the Nigerian diaspora in Canada. And Monsieur le Président, pour ma dernière...
And Mr. Speaker, for my final petition, I'd like to present this petition from several Canadians who are calling on the House of Commons, not just the government, but the House of Commons, to ensure that all steps are taken, all possible steps, to combat climate change. And more specifically, they call on us to put a price on pollution and support that, and also to levy taxes on products coming across our borders.
Saskatoon West.
I have the privilege of presenting 3 petitions today. The first one is about the Uyghur genocide. The petition calls on the government to formally recognize the genocide occurring among the Uyghur Muslim population and to sanction those responsible for the crimes. Petitioners are specifically asking the House of Commons to formally recognize that the Uyghurs in China have been subject to genocide, to use the Magnitsky Act to sanction those that are responsible for these heinous crimes. The second petition is about Bill C-7, medical assistance in dying. And this petition calls on the House of Commons to discontinue the removal of safeguards for people requesting euthanasia and put in place additional measures to protect vulnerable persons. Some of the reflections are restoring the 10-day reflection period, restore the original requirement that a person must give consent, and restoring the original requirement for the signature of 2 witnesses, among other things. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, is about organ harvesting. And this petition calls on the House of Commons to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent resident or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. President, before we go, we've only got about 6 minutes left for petitions here, so I'd ask the members to be concise. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
I'd like to present 4 petitions to the House today. The first originated in my riding over the summer and calls on the government to provide support to tourism operators who have been especially hard hit during this pandemic and did not qualify for many government support programs. The second petition I would like to present is calling on the House of Commons to formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been subject to genocide and to use the Magnitsky Act and sanction those responsible. The third petition is calling on the House of Commons to ensure that there are safeguards in place to protect the most vulnerable in our society when it pertains to Bill C-7, medical assistance in dying. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to present a petition expressing concerns to the House of Commons about international trafficking in human organs and calling on the government to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad for that purpose and to render inadmissible to Canada all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in such practice. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The undersigned call on the House of Commons to take the following actions. Formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are subjected to genocide. We use the Magnitsky Act to sanction those individuals who are responsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be quick. I have 3 petitions submitted signed by many Canadians, first of which is to recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are subject to genocide, and that mechanisms and law should be used to ensure that those responsible for those heinous crimes are brought to justice. The second is related to trafficking in human organs to ensure that this horrific practice is criminalized in Canada. And the third is to ensure that there are safeguards put into the deeply flawed Bill C-7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to table today. The first calls on the government to formally recognize that the Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, to use the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act and sanction those that are responsible for these crimes being committed against the Uyghur people. The next is on organ harvesting, Mr. Speaker. This petition calls on the House of Commons to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorred trade in human organs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, a petition on C7. The petitioners are requesting the Government of Canada return the safeguards that the government has removed, specifically related to the 10-day reflection period, as well as to return the number of witnesses so someone is properly consoled and consulted. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have one petition to present. The petitioners wish to bring to this House's attention an ongoing campaign of gross human rights violations being perpetrated by the Chinese Communist regime against Uyghur Muslims. They call on this House to declare this to be a genocide and to impose Magnitsky sanctions on those responsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and Merry Christmas to you and your family. Mr. Speaker, I have another petition from my constituents calling on the government to stop targeting licensed law-abiding firearms owners. The petitioners call for our limited resources to be focused on anti-gang enforcement, on reducing involvement of at-risk youth in gang violence, and on providing the Canada Border Services agencies with the tools they need to stop the flow of illegal guns into our country. The second petition today addresses sex-selective abortion. The petitioners highlight, while that it remains legal in Canada, polling shows that over 80% of Canadians believe that it should be illegal. We need to show Canadians that this House supports women and gender equality at all stages of life. The third petition I'm presenting today is in regards to Bill C7, and specifically the petitioners would like to restore the 10-day reflection period for people whose deaths have been determined to be reasonably foreseeable, and to require medical professionals to do everything possible to enable the person to access life-affirming services, to review their suffering other than physician-assisted death. The next petition I have today, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the ongoing human rights abuses in China toward Uyghur Muslims. And the final petition today has to do with organ harvesting. There are concerns about international trafficking in human organs, and these petitioners call on the Government of Canada to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With that, the time for petitions is expired. We'll now go to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliament. The Honourable. The Honourable Member. Yeah, I know the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, if I could, this is the last days of this sitting of the Parliament. I was just wondering if we could get unanimous consent. There's a couple more of us that have petitions to present, and I was wondering if we get unanimous consent to present a few more petitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Would there be any opposition to extending the period for presenting petitions? No. There is no unanimous consent for the extension of the period today. I remind honourable members, of course, we're expecting there will be other opportunities to present petitions in the days ahead. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Question 170, 184, and 202. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 171 to 183, 185 to 201, and 203 to 205 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately? Any opposition to that? Seeing none, agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And is that agreed? Any opposition to questions remaining be allowed to stand? Okay, agreed and so ordered. The House has received a request for emergency debate. We'll now go to and invite the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to propose an emergency debate regarding the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic and long-term care facilities. I am deeply saddened to report that long-term care homes across Canada are once again being ravaged by COVID-19, despite the promises made by this government in response to the carnage of the first wave. Indeed, Canada has utterly failed to protect vulnerable long-term care residents and workers during the initial outbreak of COVID-19. More than 840 outbreaks were reported in long-term care facilities and retirement homes across Canada, accounting for more than 80% of all COVID-19 deaths in this country as of May 2020. This represents the worst record among all comparable nations. The situation was so dire that the Canadian Armed Forces had to be called in. Residents were found underfed, abandoned, and afraid. In some cases, they were left to die, alone, in bed, covered in their own waste. These stories shocked our conscience and challenged our self-image as a compassionate and humane society. However, they were entirely foreseeable. Experts and advocates had been raising the same concerns for many years, but successive governments had failed to act. In fact, decades of research have demonstrated that insufficient staff-to-resident ratios and a reliance on part-time casual staff have led to hurried, dehumanizing care, high staff turnover, and workforce instability in the long-term care sector all across Canada. Now, in its fall throne speech, the federal government pledged to, quote, work with the provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care so that seniors get the best care possible, end quote. However, no meaningful action has been taken by this federal government to date. As a result, Canadians living in long-term care are once again bearing the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic. Ryerson University's National Institute on Aging estimates that there have now been 1,976 long-term care facilities and retirement homes affected by COVID-19 outbreaks. This has resulted in the deaths of 9,355 residents and 16 staff, accounting for 74% of all COVID-19 deaths in Canada to date. Outbreaks continue to surge in long-term care facilities across Canada. As of Friday, Mr. Speaker, a total of 90 residents at Parkdale Extended Care in Regina had tested positive for COVID-19, alongside 34 staff members. Toronto's Westside Long-Term Care Home confirmed an outbreak at the facility on November 12th, and since that time, a total of 117 infections have been confirmed among residents, and 57 cases have been reported among staff. Mr. Speaker and members of this House, this is an urgent situation demanding immediate action. This pandemic has exposed a fragmented and under-resourced long-term care system across Canada that is heavily reliant on for-profit delivery. According to a recent analysis by the Toronto Star, residents of Ontario's for-profit long-term care homes are still experiencing significantly worse outcomes in the second wave of COVID-19, both in terms of infections and deaths, than those living in municipal or non-profit facilities. Residents in for-profit homes have been more than 3 times as likely to catch COVID-19 as those in a non-profit facility. For-profits have seen more than twice as many staff infections per bed, and resident deaths have been significantly more common. Indeed, today, we learned that 2 of the largest long-term care providers in the Toronto region, Extended Care and Sienna Senior Living, received more than $157 million in federal and provincial COVID-19 relief, while also at the same time paying out $74 million in dividends to shareholders this year. Meanwhile, more than 480 residents and staff have died at those companies' facilities from COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, federal leadership is urgently needed to implement a coordinated approach to protect vulnerable Canadians living in long-term care homes, both throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and in the years to come. Families are incredibly worried about their loved ones. They need concrete action now. With the House adjourning soon and the second wave of the pandemic raging at the moment and showing no signs of abating, and with provinces and territories increasing the measures that they are demanding from their citizens because they see the COVID-19 epidemic increasing and raging, it is essential that MPs have the opportunity to debate this crucial issue as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, it is almost mid-December. We are going to be breaking until the end of January. We are in the middle of a COVID-19 second wave outbreak that is worse than the first. We know that deaths have occurred and are likely to occur in very high percentages in our long-term care homes. While this government promised action in the throne speech, we have seen no action. There is not a single national standard yet that has been introduced.
Okay. I thank the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway for bringing this to the attention of the House and for his intervention in this regard. However, I'm not satisfied that it meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. So we'll not proceed any further. We'll now go to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate on third reading of C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
Resuming debate. Oh, is he? Oh, is he there? Okay, there we are. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies had 4 minutes remaining in his time when the House last took up debate on the question. We'll now go to him by video conference. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I don't get the time at the end, I'd like to wish you and your family and the table a very Merry Christmas. I just would like to finish up my speech about C7, I guess, and the concerns. And really what highlights it more than me speaking for another 4 minutes is quotes of key individuals. And this is the Liberal Member of Parliament for Thunder Bay, Rainy River, a doctor. As someone with a medical background and somebody who has dealt with this issue over the years a lot, I think morally it's incumbent upon me to stand up when it comes to issues of health and life and death. My biggest concern, as someone who has spent my whole life trying to avoid accidentally killing people, is that we don't end up using MAID for people who don't really want to die. I think with a bit of time, people may come around to the fact that there are reasons they want to live. And I'll go to another quote from another Liberal member, current Liberal member of Parliament, this member from Delta, British Columbia. I absolutely acknowledge and am quite preoccupied by the power imbalance between practitioners and patients, particularly patients who have been in systems that have discriminated against them and ignored their voices their entire lives. I have grave concerns with the particular circumstances of the individual, who is Roger Foley in this case. It was at a Senate committee. This is where this quote comes from, that you spoke of. Quite frankly, I can tell you he is not alone. I regularly hear from families who are appalled by the fact that they take their child, potentially their older child, in and are offered unprovoked medical assistance in dying. I think that has to stop. That's a matter of practice, I would suggest, and that we need to get at that through our regulations, through working with our medical associations. And here we see highlighted, even by our very own colleagues across the way in the Liberal Party, grave concerns about this current bill and the way it's written. I'll go to another quote from another doctor, Dr. Catherine Ferrier. To leave the doctors the decision about providing medical assistance in dying to anyone who meets the criteria is to entrust them with life and death decisions for millions of people in a vulnerable position. Doctors have the same limitations as everyone else does, which may include unconscious bias towards medical assistance in dying as an option and against living in certain situations. No one should ever have that power. It should be made clear that in the law that medical assistance in dying is not a medical treatment on the same level with real treatments. It's not a standard of care. It should be the last resort when all other reasonable options have failed. And one last quote. Dr. Trudeau Lemons and Leah Krakowitz Broker. This is from an op-ed. Unlike any other country in the world, the new bill fails to explicitly require that all reasonable options be made available and tried first before allowing physicians to end a patient's life. In other words, the bill makes their dying easier than living. Just let me repeat that. In other words, the bill makes their dying easier than living. Rather than instilling hope and helping to build resilience by focusing on options for living, healthcare providers will now be asked to discuss an early death. And again, this, Madam Speaker, I see a change in the chair, is the conversation that I've heard far too many times from concerned citizens, is that we put our seniors and our disabled community and other communities in an abhorrent decision where they have to choose between either treatment or death. And based on outside pressures of costs and burdens to their family, et cetera, these are choices that should never have to be made by who should be treated the best in our society. And I think it's been said many times in this House, over 300 times, I know from our side and others, that this bill needs to change before it's...
Thank you, and I'll let you further your arguments during the questions and comments. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I look at Bill C7, what I see is a reflection of the will of literally tens of thousands of Canadians in all regions of our country. I see reflections that come from the Supreme Court of Canada from 6 years ago. From the many hours of discussions and debates, we're going into the hundreds, if not even into the thousands, inside the chamber, inside committees, inside the House of Commons, inside the Senate. And at some point, we need to recognize that, yes, there are going to be sides on both sides of the issue. But at some point, it does need to pass. My question to the member is, does the member not recognize the value of the deadline that's been put in by a Superior Court of Quebec? Does the Conservative Party have any respect for that decision by a Superior Court of Quebec?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what the member across the way needs to understand is that we're legislators. We're sent here by our constituents to represent them and represent their concerns. And they have clearly spoken across Canada about concerns about this particular bill as it's written. We've suggested amendments to fix it the best way we possibly can. And this current Liberal government has thrown them out and just rejected them all. So I would suggest back across the way that this particular member listen to constituents across Canada and hear their concerns and change the bill and fix it.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague in my neck of the woods, he handled that last question far more respectfully than I would have. I would have passed it back to the Parliamentary Secretary that while they had months to be able to do this and push it forward, they probed for 6 weeks. So if this was such an urgent nature for them, they could have done that. And through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to offer to my my honourable colleague, we are sent here as legislators. We are sent here to be the voices of our electors, but we're also sent here to be the voices of those who don't have a voice. I'm someone that has an adult child, and I'll get into that more in my speech tomorrow, that has a disability. And our job as parents is always to protect them. And my concern is, and I can see both sides because I have a father-in-law that is living beside me in palliative care right now. I've had many family members that have struggled with cancer. But through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to offer to my honourable colleague, should we not be doing everything in our power to step back and take a reflective look on this piece of legislation to ensure that those fundamental core protections for our most vulnerable are in place before we move forward? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you to the member that's a good friend and colleague in Prince George. And absolutely, as a parent of 4 children myself, I think it's our responsibility. We feel that responsibility, especially in this bill. I have senior parents that are still alive today. Well, my dad's 86 and my mom's 76. And I am deeply concerned that they would ever be put in a position to have to make a decision. And ones with parents and seniors maybe that don't have children that can care for them like I can. but where they're put in a position where they are pressured to make a decision to end their life as opposed to take treatment that or be perceived that any further care for them is a burden. I think it's a shame that we would even put them into this position. No Canadian should be ever put into this decision where they have to decide between treatment or physician-assisted suicide or medical assistance in dying. It should never happen.
And comments. The honourable member for Kenora.
I appreciate a lot of what my colleague had to say on this matter, and one of the things he mentioned was the importance of having all healthcare options available, of course including palliative care and a stronger support system for those who are struggling and potentially nearing the end of their life. And I'm wondering if he has any comments to the current situation, particularly in northern and remote regions, about healthcare options and how important it is to ensure that all those options are available for people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and a great question. Yeah, absolutely. I think what I would have preferred to see in a bill like C7 would be, let's deal with palliative care and other treatments before we even consider a bill like this. You know, again, it's been brought up by my colleague before, is that this particular government prorogued Parliament, and yet things like palliative care for people that are ill, especially in northern communities, there's a big gap there. We don't see where they're actually caring for those northern communities. As former critic to Northern Affairs, we saw a big absence of care in the north. And a great question. We should be looking at all forms of care, dealing with those first before we ever consider a bill like C7. Thank you.
Main debate, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would also like to wish you and all the people at the table and everyone who works here happy holidays. Feliz Natal, Madam Speaker.
It's with great pleasure that I speak to Bill C7, an act to amend the criminal code in relations to medical assistance in dying. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights for their excellent work on this difficult matter, and to all the witnesses who appeared before the committee and for their compelling testimony. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have made it clear that they are not interested in improving the bill. They want to stop it from moving forward. All this while people continue to suffer across the country. In creating this important piece of legislation, we consulted with over 300,000 Canadians, including key stakeholders. At every opportunity, we acknowledged that this was a complex and personal issue, and that we would respect the different views of parliamentarians and Canadians. During these consultations, I engaged with many disabilities advocates and experts who participated in most of the 10 roundtables I hosted across the country in January and February, along with my colleagues, the Minister of Health and the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. Two of the engagements I was involved with focused exclusively on the disabilities community. One in Vancouver at a roundtable with disabilities groups, and another forum in Ottawa organized by the Canadian Association for Community Living, now Inclusion Canada, and the Council of Canadians with Disabilities in January, entitled End of Life, Equality and Disability, a national forum on medical assistance in dying. During these consultations, Madam Speaker, our government heard the voices of individuals with disabilities and degenerative illnesses who shared their perspectives and concerns, including those who believe that limiting medical access in dying to those who are dying is a violation of their rights and self-determination. Individuals like M. Truchon and Mme. Gladu, who initiated legal proceedings alleging that being precluded from accessing MAID violated their charter rights and deprived them of their preferred way of responding to intolerable suffering. Also, Julia Lam, Madam Speaker, in Vancouver, said quite clearly that she spoke for herself and that the leadership of the disability community did not speak for her. We respect those voices from the disability community, Madam Speaker, which are as diverse as any community. And Madam Speaker, these interventions had a direct impact on the structure of the legislation, including the non-end-of-life regime with additional safeguards, as well as the substantive safeguards themselves, which affirm autonomy but balance safeguards for people who may have been in a vulnerable position. Madam Speaker, we heard those voices and we incorporated it into the very legislation that we proposed. We also heard, Madam Speaker, a clear consensus during the consultations that the additional 10-day reflection period.
The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge, yes?
Order. Sorry, Madam Speaker, and I apologize to the Minister, but it is very clear that members attending virtually are purposely opening their mic to add comments. It is not allowed. The Speaker has ruled on that many times. The same member has done it throughout question period today. And I would ask you to speak to that member to ensure that there is decorum in this House and that we are all allowed to listen to the speeches that are happening.
Yes, I do appreciate. Sometimes it's an accident, sometimes it's on purpose, but I would remind members who are listening in through video conference to please keep your microphones on mute. Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. We also heard a clear consensus, Madam Speaker, during the consultations that the additional 10-day reflection period in the end-of-life regime was not serving its intended function, but instead was prolonging patients' suffering. In fact, many practitioners and families of those whose members had gone through the process of MAID shared heart-wrenching stories of patients who had stopped taking their pain medication for fear of losing their capacity to consent to the procedure. This is certainly not the outcome that Parliament had intended in 2016. I will go into more details about some of the safeguards this bill provides, but before I do, I want to say that given their expressed concerns around safeguards, I do not understand the frankly irresponsible actions the Conservatives are taking in delaying this legislation, knowing full well the risks that could result in Quebec from a legal void. If we reach the court deadline and nothing has changed, there will be no adequate safeguards in Quebec for those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable. And in addition, Quebecers, Madam Speaker, will not be able to benefit from the modifications that we are making to reduce suffering. I'm unsure how the Conservatives can accept that as a possible outcome if their main concern is safeguards. In the Carter case, Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court found that the criminal prohibition of medical assistance in dying violated Section 7 of the Charter and could not be upheld under Section 1 because a permissive structure with appropriate safeguards would achieve the legislative purpose of protecting vulnerable persons. The Court expressly stated that it was the role of Parliament and provincial legislators to perform the difficult task of creating the regulatory regime that properly balanced competing societal interests. Le gouvernement est de l'avis.
The government believes that it is possible to respect Canadians' independence in deciding when they have suffered enough, while supporting people with disabilities in living a full life. I know that providing care and support to those who need it, and the access to care and support can create challenges, but the solution is not to prevent people who are experiencing unbearable suffering from making independent choices about one of the most fundamental aspects of their lives. I believe that the choice to lay out strengthened safeguards for those whose death is not reasonably foreseeable is the prudent way to broaden eligibility. Safeguards for the newly eligible group of people have been designed to ensure that enough time and expertise is given to the assessment of their requests for medical assistance in dying. Under these circumstances, it is essential to ensure that the person is informed about any other methods to reduce their intolerable sufferings, because ultimately we're talking about ending a life which could have lasted many years. I know that this is an important issue for Canadians. I am committed to working with all parliamentarians to begin the parliamentary review of the medical assistance in dying regime as soon as possible after Bill C7 has moved through all steps of the parliamentary process. I have no doubt that advanced directives will be an important aspect of that review.
I believe, Madam Speaker, that Bill C7 is one important and prudent step forward in ensuring greater respect for autonomy of a broader category of Canadians who are suffering intolerably. It carefully balances competing interests and values, and in a context where reasonable and informed experts and stakeholders disagree in significant ways, and makes only the necessary changes to ensure a MAID regime that is responsive to our experience to date and respects the charter rights and freedoms of Canadians to autonomy and safety. In Carter, the court stated that the risks associated with a physician-assisted death can be limited through a carefully designed and monitored system of safeguards. And that is exactly what C7 continues to do. While a subject as important as MAID requires and deserves Parliament's appropriate consideration, I want to underscore the importance of a timely and efficient consideration and the political consequences of the Conservatives' current obstructionism. The Conservatives' delays will have a very real and direct impact on the individuals who seek to alleviate suffering through access to MAID. Individuals in circumstances similar to Audrey Parker's will face the awful choice of ending their lives early rather than risk losing the capacity to consent. Others will continue to face the procedural burden of mechanisms that families and practitioners have overwhelmingly told us are burdensome and no longer necessary. Still others who are experiencing intolerable suffering and who have received all the necessary medical diagnoses will remain ineligible as a direct result of the Conservatives' delaying tactics. On this last point, let me be clear, Madam Speaker, about the dangers created by the Conservatives' attempts to run out the clock on the Quebec Superior Court's extension. There's absolutely no assurance that a Quebec court will further grant extensions to the current suspension of invalidity. And if that suspension period expires without the passage of C7, Truchon will come into effect in Quebec without the benefit of protections, standards, and inclusions of our proposed bill, and without the benefits of our proposed bill to reduce suffering for people in the current regime. Madame la Présidente, je ne suis pas certain pourquoi mes collègues de l'opposition.
Madam Speaker, I am not sure why my colleagues in the official opposition don't feel the need to respect the deadline laid out by the Superior Court of Quebec and why they are delaying this legislation. They are extending Canadians' unnecessary suffering through this behavior. I would urge them to enable this bill to go forward so that we can respect the deadline set by the courts, the 18th of December. Thank you.
L'honorable leader du gouvernement de l'opposition officielle.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very pleased to hear what my colleague, the Minister for Justice, had to say at third reading. Like us, he believes that his right to speak should be respected. And all of the members here in this House have the authority and the right and the duty to speak. And that is what we're doing in the Conservative Party. This morning, on CBC, I saw that a member of the Liberal Party will be voting against this bill. Now, of course, members can vote for or against. But what's disappointing is to see that this member did not stand up to speak in this House. Is that because he was gagged by his Liberal colleagues and told not to speak? That's very disappointing if it's the case. We're being accused of causing delays in reviewing this bill, but we are simply applying the rules and exercising our right to speak. What is certainly true, Madam Speaker, is that this bill was tabled in February. Now, of course, there was the pandemic. I'm not saying that that doesn't explain part of the delay, but I would like the Minister to explain why his government, because of proroguing the House, why this government meant that we needed to start studying the bill again from the beginning. Because if Parliament hadn't been prorogued, we would have had 24 days more to study the bill. We would have had 24 days more.
La responsabilité.
It's this government's responsibility, the fact that we're running out of time. And moreover, in addition to proroguing Parliament, why, after the speech from the throne, why did the minister waste 7 further days? Why did the minister not table the bill immediately after the throne speech? I will now enable the minister to answer, and then others can ask questions. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I do not agree with his strategy in the House of Commons of filibustering the way his party is doing. Madam Speaker, if the leader of the opposition doesn't seem to have the power in his own caucus to rein in the religious right elements in his caucus, elements that are always against this bill, then I would invite my honorable colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent, that I would ask him to show leadership within his caucus with other members of his Quebec caucus in order to express the will of the Quebec people as well as the Canadian people.
From the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think you'll find that the bigotry the member is expressing towards people of faith is unparliamentary, and he should be asked to withdraw.
I'm sorry, but we are getting into debate. We have 2 minutes left in questions. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I take the floor now? Very well. My question for the Minister, Madam Speaker. The Minister knew that the Conservative Party was going to drag out debate. The opposition House Leader is saying that the Conservative Party has the right to debate, for each member to speak. We all know that that's to filibuster and prevent the bill from being passed by the 18th. But the Minister knew that this was going to happen. The bill was tabled in February. Why not take all that into account in order to respect the court deadline and in order to make sure that the bill will be passed by the 18th? Why didn't this government act earlier? In fact, why did this government prorogue Parliament? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by saying that I am a person of faith. I practice my faith, and it is something that is always in me. In response to my honourable colleague's question, I did my best with our government House Leader to ensure that we moved as quickly as possible in order to proceed with this legislation.
The honourable member for South Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Justice for his work on Bill C-7 and for his speech today, and in particular the emphasis he put on the ending of unnecessary suffering, because this is something I very much hear from my constituents, and in particular their concern about loved ones having to go early because they lose competence at the end of life. But my question for the Minister is, given the concerns in the disability community about possibly facing terrible choices sometime in the future between a life without the supports they need and perhaps choosing medical assistance in dying, which I don't believe the bill actually allows. But will the Minister support the NDP proposal that we have a national program that will lift all people living with disabilities out of poverty so they don't face these stark choices and they get the support they need to live equal lives with other Canadians?
Honourable Minister, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and his work on this bill as well as other bills. Madam Speaker, I share the belief, not only the interpretation of this law, which I think is the correct interpretation of this law, which is that it is about autonomy and it is about making enlightened choices, and we have tried to build within the context of the criminal law, those choices within the bill. But I share his very deep concern for making those choices real choices by supporting people with disabilities. And at every turn as a parliamentarian, I have done that, Madam Speaker. I will continue to do that, and I will work with the honourable members to try to improve the very real challenges that people with disabilities face in their day-to-day lives.
Debate. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my speech, I would like to attempt to bring this room to a place of peace. I know this is a very, very sensitive topic, and we all have our ideas and all our passions, and some of us have different ideologies on this, but I think actually it's very beautiful that these heated debates are happening, because that is what is required to work through an issue like this. Life is not simple, it's complicated. When there are challenges, it requires being real and working through our emotions and our ideas until we come to a place where there is agreement and a compromise that everyone can agree on. So I've heard a lot throughout the debates of my party, my caucus, being accused of filibustering or trying to delay the passage. I find that a little heartbreaking because this issue does have to do with life and death, and as was stated many times, death is final and it's irreversible, and it can impact people beyond the scope of those who are seeking it. So I would like to ask all members, rather than attack the motivation of other members on this topic, that we would continue in our debates, understanding that this is a very complicated issue and that we can have discussions being real, but to avoid comments like the minister made about the religious rights, which I find very offensive. Madam Speaker, hope is a journey. It is not something that can be bought like going through a drive-through to buy McDonald's. Hope is something that accumulates over time, and for different reasons, for different people, it requires a huge scope of places that the person who is struggling for hope goes through. It requires a full course to arrive at the doorstep of someone who is suffering. And sometimes it arrives unannounced. One thing I find troubling about this bill, and from the beginning, any time I've debated on this, has been from the perspective of hope. Because hope is the most sacred gift we have as human beings. We all go through life. Life isn't perfect. We go through life struggling. But the beauty of the human spirit is our determination to triumph over adversity. And we see things like this among so many people who came very close to even committing suicide. We look at someone like Christopher Reeve, a famous actor who was a superhero that everyone looked to as Superman. And yet, because of a riding incident, he lost many faculties, and he did contemplate suicide. But with support in his very limited ways of living, he was able to live out the rest of his course of his life. And his ability to overcome his challenges, that makes him a greater hero. And I'm not saying this to belittle suffering. My father, I remember when I was 17, he was called into emergency into the hospital because his heart was beating irregularly, and at one point it actually did stop beating. And when I arrived to his hospital room, I saw his slippers, but he wasn't in his bed, and his roommate said, "Tread quietly, your father is in an urgent emergency crisis right now." So I stepped away and was frightened as a 17-year-old. And what had happened was, because his heart had stopped beating, they had put him on a bed and was steering him to the elevator to take him for emergency surgery. And the most traumatizing aspect of this experience was witnessing him jolting and screaming in pain because of the electric shocks that were coming onto him. It was a very painful experience to watch. And my father, when I was talking with him about this bill recently, said to me that in those moments, he had counted about 10 shocks before he passed out. He said it was the most tormentful experience he had in his life, that felt like someone took a hammer and was beating him down, and he couldn't stop it or control it. And he said the only reason he fought through this to stay alive was the thought that he had 3 daughters to take care of. That gave him hope. And fortunately, he lived on, and he has a pacemaker, so he's all right. But the reason I bring this up is to acknowledge that sometimes suffering is painful. And if I picture my father going through that every day to the point that he really wanted to die, I'm applying this, Madam Speaker, to those who are legitimately seeking MAID, and that law passed. This was debated in 2016 as C-14, and it passed. And the purpose, as I perceive it, was to offer a dignified death to those who would seek it. But, Madam Speaker, I take great concern with some of the details of safeguards that are removed from this bill, and I fear that these safeguards remove access to hope even more. There are many experiences and stories we've heard, even coming from the Justice Committee, and the time that is required when a person is suffering, say, something like spinal cord injury, requires more than 90 days to regain that trajectory of having hope and wanting to live. And granted, it is very painful, and I would never want to be in that situation, but there are those who overcame. This bill will allow a person who has just suffered a life-changing spinal cord injury, for example, to end their life just 90 days after the catastrophic event that caused the injury. And when a person is most vulnerable, experiencing unimaginable stress, a doctor will be forced to suggest ending their lives. And that's the option that's there. From my understanding from doctors and testimonies on the record at the Justice Committee, suicidal ideation after a catastrophic medical episode is very common, but has the possibility, with good care and support, that these transient suicidal thoughts can often take longer than 90 days to overcome. And in recent weeks, we've heard many of these stories of people who went through serious personal tragedy, but ended up living amazing lives and doing incredible things on the other end of it. I'd like to share with you the story of David Shannon. David suffered a spinal cord injury in a rugby scrum when he was 18 years old. He shared that after his accident, he lay in bed close to death more times than he wishes to contemplate. And yet he went on to have a career in a non-governmental organization with leadership, practices law. And this is a quote from him: "I have accomplished a lot in my life. I've crossed a great country by the power of my wheelchair coast to coast. I've jumped out of an airplane at over 25,000 feet. It explains all the things that he was able to choose to do because he chose to live." My fear, Madam Speaker, is that these safeguards being removed will create that truncation of hope that requires that full course for a person to regain their trajectory. And if that is truncated, the big question of what if. And this morning from the CBC article, the member from the Liberal government says, the article reads that he said he worries the resulting legislation may not address people who are transient in their wish to terminate their lives, such as someone who has a permanent disability or who now needs chronic care. Those feelings of anguish can fade over time as they adjust to a changed reality, he said. I think with a bit of time, some people may come around to the fact that there are reasons they want to live. I want to thank my colleagues for their heated debates. I appreciate where they're coming from, but I would like to ask each one also for a moment to take deep thought and ask, is it not worth protecting and safeguarding hope so that people who have that opportunity through a longer time to rediscover hope, to have a chance to live past that darkness into a place of light? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very, very heartfelt speech and certainly for sharing with us in this chamber her views on such an important issue. I have spoken as well to many doctors. I've also read the testimony, like she has, of many patients, and I must admit that I'm quite troubled by the suffering that I hear from individuals who state that once they have made the decision to proceed with medical assistance in dying, the additional 10 days of waiting was excruciating. that it caused unneeded suffering on the part of not only themselves but of their families. And not all safeguards are being removed, far from it, in the proposed bill by the government. I would like to hear her specifically on just that one safeguard that is being removed. It is a short period of time, and I believe that once a person makes the decision to proceed with medical assistance in dying, that it would be very difficult, as she described, to go back on that and transition away, as she suggested, from that idea. So on that very concrete point, I wonder if she has any comments for the House.
For Port Moody, Port Coquitlam.
I'd like to thank the honourable member across the aisle for bringing the tone of the dialogue in the House to a place where we can agree to disagree. I fully appreciate what you're saying, what the member is saying, and there is a law that was passed to protect those who would like to seek assistance in dying. And when it comes to rights, one of the most complicated things in a democracy is when does one right then trump another? And that is the difficult aspect of this. And I believe that hope is a right of some sort, and at the expense of complicating access to hope for those who I believe should have that full course to access it, I'm concerned about those as well. So I appreciate her question, and I hope she understands where I'm coming from.
Questions and comments? We have a point of order. Yes, the Honourable. Yes?
Tamara, Cloverdale, Langley City.
Cloverdale, Langley City. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes, I'm just wondering, I'm noticing that those of us who have put our hands up are not getting noticed. I'm hoping that you're also taking questions from Zoom.
I have to take questions from all sides of the House, and that's exactly what I'm doing. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from British Columbia for her speech. Nothing in Bill C7 removes the fact that a person applying for medical assistance in dying has to have a condition that is incurable, that they have to be in a state of irreversible decline, and that they must be also facing intolerable suffering. Just some of the examples that she posed, it didn't sound like some of those people would actually qualify legally for medical assistance in dying. So I'd like to hear her comments on that. And furthermore, I understand her colleagues in the Conservative Party concerns about persons with disabilities. Will she join with us in the New Democratic Party in calling on the government to provide a federal benefit of up to $2,200 so that people with disabilities are not having to make this terrible choice, that they can actually lead a life with dignity and have those supports necessary to lead a fulfilling life? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Port Moody. Yes, Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm very grateful for the sentiments and the passion that the member has for those with disabilities. I believe that if we did not prorogue Parliament and that we spent more time discussing things like support for the disabled community, that to me resonates more with my mantra for hope. And I believe that the tone of our debates here would be more fulsome and reflective of making passage for hope to flourish in our discussions. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her impassioned speech. At the Justice Committee, we heard evidence about the inadequacy of the 90-day reflection period, having regard for the fact that such is not sufficient time to access meaningful palliative care and other supports. Can the member speak to the need to have a lived experience in order to make a truly informed choice?
Answer from the Honourable Member for Port Coquitlam, Port Moody Coquitlam.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for raising that point. And I do believe that the narrative needs to go towards acknowledging, choosing the path of having better living and having more access to care as also very valuable piece of this dialogue. And I think on many levels, because it impacts so many of us, not just the person who is suffering, but our families as well, that area could have been discussed more. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement,
it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, the Environment, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands, Natural Resources. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very honored to rise in this House on this extremely important discussion, and I wanted to thank my honourable colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for the excellent work he's done on this. These are very, very difficult questions. And I understand, I'm glad I was not the point person to have to take the heavy lifting. We may not always agree, my colleague and I, on all the points, but I respect his incredible integrity on this. I would also point out he comes from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, which is like the classic way that English people have misrepresented the First Nation languages, and I think it's worth pointing out. Because when we talk about Bill C-7, one of the things that really struck me in my concern about the bill was the fact that we were dealing with a Quebec court decision that came very shortly after we had brought the legislation in the first time. And the one thing I found with the government, previous government, this government definitely, is that the fact that, for example, if it was a First Nation case, they would have appealed. In fact, I don't ever remember the government not appealing when a court decision happens with a First Nation ruling. And yet with this ruling, we actually had to rewrite the law of the land. And I understand we're on a deadline, but I think it's a reasonable question, given the complexity of the issue, that we would have sought clarification from the courts to make sure that the courts had interpreted this properly and then brought it back to us. So it's something that I find concerning because, again, I'm going to do a little bit of comparatives, which is a standard form of parliamentary debate, of comparing two options, and one option is, again, the issue of Bill C-7, and the other option is, let's say it's a First Nation issue. Let's say it's the St. Anne's residential school survivors, for example, where the government has just admitted that they spent $3.2 million in court fees fighting against the rights of people who've suffered some of the most horrific abuses that have ever been recorded in Canada. Child rape, forced abortions of children, torture, literally torture that was done for the kicks of the staff at St. Anne's through electrocuting children. That's all documented. In fact, Madam Speaker, it was documented in 10 to 12,000 pages of police evidence that was gathered by the excellent work of the Ontario OPP and brought to court, and that the federal government obtained all that evidence. And under the residential school settlement agreement, the federal government was obligated to do two things as a defendant. They were obligated to prepare the list of the history of abuse that happened in a residential school, and that they were then obligated to present all the evidence. And in the case of St. Anne's, the government decided to lie. They said there was no history of abuse at St. Anne's residential school. And they said there was no records showing any abuse. Meanwhile, they were sitting on 10,000 pages of police testimony and witnesses, naming some of the most powerful church people in the land. There was Father Arthur Lavoie, Bishop Laguerriere, Bishop Bello were all named, along with all manner of other abusers. And this was really important, Madam Speaker, because this started under the previous government when Peter MacKay was the Justice Minister and Bernard Valcourt. And I know you're going to wonder how this relates to this issue here, but I know under Bill C-7, some of the Conservatives are talking about a fear of creating two tracks of justice, a set of justice for one set of citizens and a lower set of justice for other people. And I'm not convinced under their arguments on Bill C-7, although I've thought about it a lot, whether they've actually met the test of creating 2 tiers of justice. But anyone could look at Canada and say, you want 2 examples of justice? Well, you look at, say, middle-class white people in, say, St. Paul's, Toronto. What are their standards of justice and receiving justice in the courts compared to any Indigenous person in the country? And I think we'd all agree that we certainly have 2 tiers of justice. And we had that with St. Anne's, because when I approached Minister Valcourt about the documents, he just said, we have no obligation to turn over documents, when they did. And this set this really ugly issue in motion. And when the Liberal government came in, we thought that they would fix this, and they didn't. In fact, they hunkered down. And so when it says that they paid $3.2 million under the present Minister of Crown Indigenous Affairs, going after the survivors of St. Anne's who had their cases thrown out because the government lawyers lied in hearings, at the bottom of the order paper question, they said, the government of Canada prefers negotiation to settle these. I would agree. In fact, in November 26, Timmins Today article, Christina Tricami from the Minister's Department said, the Government of Canada remains committed to negotiating a resolution outside of the courts. And of course we'd expect that this would be the government's position, but that's not true. In fact, I have a letter here from October 15th, 2020 from the law firm of Dion Schultz asking the government to sit down and negotiate a solution. Government said, no, we will meet you in court. Elders Without Borders, representing Edmund Matatawaban, Evelyn Corkmans, other St. Anne's survivors, asking the government to sit down and finally end this. Government lawyers said, no, we'll meet you in court. December 1st, 2020, again, lawyers for Dion Schultz writing to the Justice Minister's Catherine Coughlin and saying, at least come to the case management settlement so we can talk about finding a solution. So again, we go back to Bill C-7 where we're talking about 2 standards of justice. Well, one of the standards of justice in the country, Madam Speaker, is that the lawyers are legally obligated under their professional conduct to find a way out, to compromise. It's under their legal lawyers' ethical duties to compromise or settle a dispute whenever it is possible to do so on a reasonable basis and discourage the client from commencing or continuing useless legal proceedings. How useless are these legal proceedings? Well, in Ontario's Superior Court, where the government continues to lose against St. Anne's, even under Doug Ford's government, the Attorney General for Doug Ford's government came forward to support the survivors of St. Anne's, while the minister who represents her riding of St. Paul sent her lawyers to fight them, and the Attorney General from Ontario agreed that this was cruel, unusual tactics. So under their professional obligations, they're called to find a solution. We have the survivors asking for solutions. I remember talking to the Minister of Indigenous Crown Services, begging her to just meet with the survivors and end this vicious, vindictive campaign against them, and she met with them. I was there as the survivors cried, and you know, the survivors said, we just want to settle down and meet with the government. And the minister promised, and then the next day, they were back in court. And Angela Shishish, powerful, powerful survivor, said, quote it, I'm going to quote this, I'm not making this up, APTN, June 18th, 2018. She said, she lied to me. She lied to me. It hurts. It's just another abuse. When you talk about the survivors of St. Anne's and the abuse they've seen under this government, they talk about the re-abuse that they've suffered for having to come forward to talk about the horrific crimes that they suffered, to be told they were making it up by the lawyers, to be told that there was no evidence. So I go back to Bill C-7 with the Truchon decision, and I was considered that the government seemed to have gone further than the Truchon decision. So let's do some comparatives. Let's talk with St. Anne's. Under the obligations that they were ordered in January 14th, 2014, was that they had to bring forward the POI reports, the person of interest reports on the perpetrators of the child crimes. They were obligated to do that. They were reordered in January in 2015 to do that, and they refused. The government of Canada decided to protect the perpetrators. So what does that mean, Madam Speaker? Well, on Father Arthur Lavoie, they provided a 2-page report when in fact they were sitting on 2,472 pages of crimes against children, and they had a case thrown out, the case H1509, who was a victim of horrific child rape. And this government decided to fight this survivor all the way through Ontario hearings, all the way through the BC Superior Court, to shut down his right to just get justice for the only crime he committed was being a child, an Indigenous child. And we talked to that Minister for Crown Relations, and she said, I will make it right. I'll call Edmund Matatawaban, the leader. Well, the only time she ever called him was to force him to come and testify on a stand by her lawyers. This man is a Governor General's Award winner. So when we talk in Bill C7 about 2 tracks of justice, I say, oh yeah, can you imagine a Governor General's Award winner from downtown Toronto being hauled by the minister's court by the minister and forced to testify over the fact that he's spoken up against horrific child abuse, rape, electric torture, the abuse of children at St. Anne's that still hangs out like a dark cloud. So, Madam Speaker, I know you're asking, why are we talking about comparatives on a bill like this, on a day like this? Well, because once...
And the honourable member will have to answer that during the questions and comments, but we're already over time. The honourable member for Kenora.
Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Northern Ontario for sharing that insight and that very thought-provoking speech. I would like to speak directly to C7, and as the member noted, this is a very complex issue for many people, and I think a very complicated debate, and it is for me as well. A part of what informs me in this debate is hearing from my mother, who is actually a palliative care nurse in Kenora, Madam Speaker, and of course speaking with many of my constituents who have differing views on this issue, and reconciling that with some of my own beliefs as well. So I think this all speaks to the need for a wholesome and robust debate on this issue. And I know on this side of the House, we're quite concerned that the government prorogued Parliament and effectively limited that opportunity for debate. So I'm just wondering if the member from Timmins James Bay has any comments on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague, and I have great respect for the work he's doing as a new member of Parliament representing a very large region, a region very similar to mine, and I'm very honoured to know that his mother is a palliative care nurse. That is doing God's work. I am surprised the government did not get a review from the courts. I'm surprised they prorogued the issues before us. I guess one of the concerns I have in terms of some of the strategy of some of my friends' colleagues, is there's been a lot of misrepresentations. I am very uncomfortable about a lot of this bill, but to talk about people who want to go and have a life where they can jump out of airplanes and climb mountains, I mean, we all want to do that. But this bill only applies to those who are in intolerable suffering, facing an incurable illness in an advanced state of incurable decline. That's very limiting. My concern is whether or not we have enough of a period of reflection to support, but I think to make a claim that this is going to be widespread, and the term assisted suicide I find very, very offensive being used in this House. It's a misrepresentation, but I think my honourable colleague brings a lot of good points to this House, and I want to thank him for that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the member's comments in regards to the issue of assisted suicide versus assisted dying, because words do matter. They're very important when we talk about this type of legislation. It has a residual that goes into the population, and it is not an easy decision. We all know that. And so I wanted for him to maybe just expand on the idea of the importance of the words, and I wasn't 100% clear in terms of has the member himself decided what he's doing on this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question, because words do matter. So I'm glad he's given me that opportunity. Words like reconciliation. Reconciliation has to mean something, and you know what? There's no such thing as reconciliation in Canada as long as that member from St. Paul's is hosting her vindictive, vicious campaign against survivors of some of the most horrific abuse, while this justice minister is spending millions of dollars fighting the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School. There's no such thing as reconciliation in this nation, and there's no such thing as honesty or integrity from a government that made those promises to survivors, who looked them in the eye and then turned around and sent their lawyers after them. Until that's rectified, it's all just talk over there.
The honourable member for Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Timmins James Bay for a great speech and for standing up for his constituents every time he's in the House. As he will be aware, our colleagues, the member for Elmwood Transcona and the member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, have recently put forward a proposal to the government to try and get a federal benefit to persons with disabilities, and that would free up provincial resources so we could start adequately funding things like palliative care, like those important medical supports. I just like to hear some of his thoughts on that proposal and why that's so important to make sure that persons living with disabilities have that life worth living, that they have the supports to lead that rich and fulfilling lives. Thank you.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay, 20 seconds.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know, my teaching when I was a little altar boy, you know, what person tells that someone hungry, go thou be filled. It is hypocrisy to stand in this House and say we care about people with disabilities when they're living on such marginal incomes and in such poverty without the support, that we don't have the proper medical supports to give them hope. If we're going to talk about hope, hope is going to be grounded in this basic financial supports. I honestly thank my colleagues from the New Democratic Party for making sure that that issue of the poverty that people are facing who have disabilities is actually addressed. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to rise again and speak on this this particular bill. I want to recognize that we've come a long way with this bill, and at every turn we have had the disabilities community step up and be their voice that we needed to hear on this particular bill. The Senate has, in the other place, they've started a pre-study on it. They heard from over 85 witnesses, and all of them, while they brought varying perspectives from across the country, all of them were opposed to this bill and said for the government to go back to the drawing board with this bill and come up with a bill that protects the interests of all Canadians, particularly the interests of disabled Canadians. And we've seen just today, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, just today we've seen in the news the member from Thunder Bay. He has said that he cannot, in good conscience, support this bill, and I know that there are other members. One of the cabinet members, the minister responsible for disabilities, she as well, when she was in the other place giving testimony, she said that she was concerned, and she's hearing from the disabilities community around safeguards and what we were going to, how that was going to be affecting those folks that live with disabilities. And so we know that we are on the side of the angels with this, and we know that we are working to protect the vulnerable. We heard extensive testimony from a gentleman named Mr. Foley. He gave compelling testimony from his hospital bed, where he stated that he had been asked or offered several times the opportunities or was informed of the fact that he was eligible for MAID. That was not something that he requested. That was not he wanted to live, and that was something that he definitely was not requesting, and yet it was being suggested to him that he was eligible for this. And this is something that is happening right here in Canada. This is not something that's happening somewhere else. This is happening right here in Canada. We want to ensure that folks that live with disabilities in this country are included in our society, feel included in the society, and in no way feel that they're a burden to our society. And so therefore, we need to ensure that those Canadians are offered the same rights and freedoms as all Canadians, and not given a separate stream in which to, in the case of an able-bodied Canadian, on your worst day when you're thinking it all should end, you're offered suicide prevention techniques. The whole Canadian society, we've worked very hard to ensure that suicide prevention is something that we value. It's something that's well funded. It's something that there's like hotlines across the country. There is counseling services that are 24 hours available. All of these things is something that I'm proud of as Canadians, that we have suicide prevention regime in this country that's effective, a suicide prevention regime that all of us can be proud of. And so with this bill, we see a change in direction. We see a two-tiered or two classes of Canadian citizens. One, able-bodied Canadians who are offered suicide prevention on their worst day. And we see another class of citizens, or another class of Canadians, that if they're disabled, they're then eligible for MAID. Now, I'm not saying that in every case that they will be offered that. I'm not saying in every case that, but it changes the sentiment. It changes the sentiment. And I want to talk a little bit about my friend named Taylor. Taylor is got cerebral palsy. She lives her life independently, but she lives in a wheelchair. And I've had the opportunity of helping her out with that wheelchair. That wheelchair gets very dirty in the winter time, especially running around Ottawa. There's the slush and the salt everywhere. And so once a year in the spring, I usually bug Taylor and I say, Taylor, it's time to wash that wheelchair of yours, and we'll load it in my van and haul it over to the car wash. And it's a motorized wheelchair, and we'll pressure wash it and get it looking nice and clean again. But she got a cold 2 winters ago, shortly after the MAID legislation was introduced. And she went, after a few days, she was not feeling well. The batteries on her wheelchair were dwindling. She was just struggling with life in general. And she went to the hospital. And at the hospital, they asked her if she would like, if she needed oxygen, if she would like to have oxygen. And she said to herself, what do you mean if I need oxygen, would I like oxygen? Like, I need oxygen to live. If I need oxygen, like, by all means, give me oxygen. And that's the sentiment that many folks living with disabilities are concerned about. That's the experience of my friend Taylor. That's the experience of Mr. Foley. That's the experience of many of the advocates that we heard from over the last few months. Now, the Liberals have been in a self-made rush to some degree to pass this legislation. We've seen the member from Timmins, James Bay, just spoke right before me and was questioning why this bill is even here when this was a junior court in Quebec that struck down this law. Why was there no appeal of this? There's also comes the element, Madam Chair, around the fact that this is something that most Canadians don't consider, and our parliamentary system is not as delineated as the American system. But in Canada, our executive branch lives inside of the legislative branch. And so there's sometimes this feeling of that, well, the government and the legislature are one and the same. And that's not the case. That's not the case. The legislature passes the legislation, and the executive, the cabinet, is called to enact that legislation. They do sit in here, and they are also members of the legislative body, but they are to do the bidding of the legislator. Now, what's frustrating about this particular situation is that the ink was barely dry on the original euthanasia regime in this country when a court struck it down. And the executive branch, rather than appeal that and abide by the wishes of this place, of the entire legislature, they chose not to. And I would say that wasn't necessarily a decision that while it's a legal decision for them to make, they're able to make that decision. Given the fact that they are to do the wishes of this place, it would seem to me that they should have appealed that decision just on the basis of that this was a law that was passed in this place just recently. It was hard worked on. I remember specifically it took a while to get the first bill through as well, and it was something that we'd worked work to get the balance right. I remember specifically the health minister at the time and the justice minister at the time stood up repeatedly, and while members from their own party were saying this didn't go far enough, they continually held the line and said, we got the balance right, we got the balance right. Madam Chair, at the time, I do remember pointing out that I did think that we were beginning we were at the top of a fairly steep, slippery slope, and little did I know that here we are 4 years later, and the slope, we were picking up speed on this slope, no doubt. The other thing, Madam Chair, is this, the minister talks about this self-imposed deadline to some degree, that we have to abide by this. Now, there is some frustration around that as well, in the fact that we never had the opportunity for 24 days in this Parliament to have a debate because Parliament was prorogued. We were looking to, and that was not the Conservatives' tactics. It was definitely not a Conservative tactic to prorogue the Parliament. That was the Liberals in there. The other thing that's really frustrating about prorogation is that the bill then dies and comes back. And they had heard already from the disabilities community before prorogation that this bill was incomplete, that this bill did not have protections in it. The bill didn't do what it was saying that they were going to do. So they had the opportunity to fix the bill in between. During the time of prorogation, they had the opportunity to change the bill, to fix the bill, to make amendments to it. They could have saved face on it. They could have made these changes as their own over the time of prorogation, but they chose not to, Madam Chair. They chose to reintroduce the same bill, and here we are, 85 witnesses in the Senate, all of them opposed to this bill. This bill should be sent back and come back with a new one that recognizes the needs of disabled Canadians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, having been mentioned by several previous speakers, I thought I better actually say something here. And let me say, first of all, I've not been silenced by the Liberal Party. Nobody has told me not to speak about this issue. And I think I have to thank the whip for making this a free vote. And I think a lot of you know some of my position. But this is, I admit, difficult legislation. There's obviously very strong competing interests. There are people who think that we should go further in allowing more people to access medical assistance in dying, and there are a lot of people who say this has gone too far, and particularly people in the disabled community. But you have to draw the line somewhere. And I fully recognize that's the case. And I think the Minister of Justice had a very difficult job, a job that he was forced into by the court decision, but he had a job as to where to draw the line. Now, some of us may quibble with exactly where that line was drawn, but I want to ask the member opposite if he does not believe that perhaps some of the issues that we're discussing here cannot be revisited when the court-ordered review of the legislation comes up in the coming year.
Well, member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, the legislative review that the minister talks about is an important thing, and that is why it's so frustrating that the government did not appeal the decision, the lower court decision out of Quebec, is because this review is coming up. If they wanted to make all these changes to the bill, in some ways, I would say that some of these changes, many of the changes that are proposed in C7, have nothing to do with the Quebec court decision. So they've put those things in there. The legislative review, or the legislated review, could have accommodated some of those things if that's what the government wanted to do. To use the court as an excuse is extremely frustrating to me, given the fact that it was their job to appeal that decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I heard the member for Peace River Westlock express the sentiment I know is shared in the House, that people with disabilities should be able to live full lives on an equal basis with all other Canadians. The problem has been that this remains sentiment and people don't actually do anything to make that a reality. So I wonder if the honourable member will support the NDP proposal to establish a national income support program that would lift all people with disabilities out of poverty.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his comments. That sentiment is shared across this House, and I just want to recognize as my friend Joel. Joel and I started school together in grade 3, and we went through all the way to grade 10. He is an often commenter on my Facebook page now. He's very proud of where I've gone, and I'm very proud of him. He's been a Cutco salesman for a long time. I don't know if you've ever used Cutco knives, but he's been a Cutco salesman for a while. He works at Walmart. He is fully integrated into our Canadian society, and that is something that I'm very proud of. His family, his larger extended family, there's a whole army of people that work to make sure that Joel is an included part of our society, and I'm very proud of the Canadian society and that folks like my friend Joel are in full participation in Canadian society. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to have this opportunity to ask my friend a question following his excellent speech. In terms of this question raised rightly by the NDP of full inclusion for people living with disabilities, it's not just about the benefit programs, although those have an important role to play. It's also about the access to employment. And I think we're going to get to hear at some point, maybe from the member for Carleton, about his work on this issue. But does the member have a comment about the important work of ensuring that we remove barriers to employment, to volunteering, to community involvement for people living with disabilities, rather than the approach of this bill, which is to create a special track towards death? Finally, I wonder if my colleague can just follow up on the comments from the member for Thunder Bay that this will be a free vote for members of the Liberal caucus. It's exciting to hear that this will be a free vote for members of the Liberal caucus, and I hope that other members of the Liberal caucus will actually be willing to take advantage of that.
We have to have a very short answer from the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see that free votes are something that are getting contagious and spreading across this place. I'm looking forward to hearing if the NDP and the Green Party and the Bloc will also be having free votes on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be voting in favour of C7. I believe it's poor legislation that will negatively impact many of the most vulnerable Canadians. If passed, there certainly is going to be more court challenges that will only dilute the few protections that are currently in place. I know that the disability community, as has been mentioned in previous speeches, has been very upset about the bill and feels that it will make them even more vulnerable than they currently are. One of the witnesses to the Senate committee, I was reading his report this morning, and I'd like to just read a few of his comments. It's Neil Belanger. He's the executive director for, just see right there, in British Columbia for the Aboriginal Network on Disability Society. It's an Indigenous cross-cultural disability organization that provides a variety of disability programs and services across Canada over the past nearly 30 years. And here's what he says. He says, our organization stands with all disabled persons organizations in Canada in the call for MAID to be limited to end of life. The Indigenous peoples of Canada experience a higher rate of disabilities than that of the non-Indigenous population, higher rates of suicide, lower health status and life expectancy, higher unemployment and poverty rates, overcrowding in homes, and are overrepresented in the justice system. Despite these conditions, the individuals our society serve do not describe themselves as suffering with a disability. Persons living with disabilities become more isolated, demoralized, experience a loss of hope, and the desire to escape in this vulnerable state, they can be more susceptible to the option of MAID. He goes on. He says, logically, the first response would be to change those systems, increase health and disability resources and service, ensure adequate financial support for Indigenous and non-Indigenous persons. And finally, he says, Bill C-7 isn't about providing adequate supports for persons living with disabilities. With the proposal removing the end-of-life criteria, it perpetuates the continued negative portrayal of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people living with disabilities as having lives not worth living because of their disability, and perpetuates the idea that persons with disabilities are of less value and therefore worthy of a state-assisted death. Those are very harsh words. And as a Métis, I am concerned about the very negative impact this legislation will have upon the Indigenous people, who are likely the most vulnerable population in Canada in every respect, whether it's addictions, suicide, incarceration, the list goes on. We see it in the Vancouver area, in British Columbia, downtown East Side, all throughout. And I would say also I've met with parents who have children with disabilities, and they are also very concerned about the message that is being sent, that is being stated in this legislation, that life is not worth living, that you can't unbearable. A couple of weeks ago, I watched a video of a fellow I had never heard of before. His name is Nicholas James Vujicic. I think it's Dutch. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's from the Balkan. He's born in 1982 with a rare disorder called phomocymelia, which is being born without legs or arms. He does have a about 6 inch, I guess, foot coming out of his torso. And I watched him speak in this video to a large group of prisoners, and he was inspiring hope. He founded an organization called Life Without Limbs, and also Attitude is Altitude. And he's spoken to hundreds of thousands, I believe, and millions of people. The message of no matter what your circumstances, you have something to give and to help other people with. This is the message that we need to be promoting about overcoming challenges. In Canada, we have some great examples. I think of Rick Hansen on the wheelchair around the world tour he took years ago. And the best example we have that's known worldwide would be Terry Fox. I'm a teacher by profession, and every year we go with students on these walks to beat cancer. Madam Speaker, I'm also concerned that it's also just a matter of time before MAID will be offered to people struggling with mental health challenges. And why wouldn't I believe this? A 10-day wait period is being removed. There's an elimination of reasonably foreseeable death is being removed. Approval of 2 medical practitioners is being removed. Disability is being added as one of the conditions, and so forth. I mentioned last week that one of my assistants in Ottawa told me about her friend, her grandmother. She's 100 years old, was 100 years old, a vibrant social woman, involved in good health, even though for a 100-year-old. And then as we faced COVID-19 this year, and with the lockdown and necessary safety precautions, she became isolated and depressed and no longer wanted to live. and she requested MAID, and it was granted to her. I suppose that being 100 years old is reasonable, foreseeable, but for all of us, life is, we will die. I know that, people are struggling this year with depression, loneliness, and the Canadian Association for Mental Health released information that 4 times more people this year are having suicidal thoughts than previous to COVID. On Monday, I met with Dr. Taylor Bean and Maple Ridge Councillor Chelsea Matus, discussing the impact of regulations on the mental well-being of many of her patients, the big increase of anti-anxiety medication. I mean, this is just what we're facing right now as we're coping with COVID. I talked earlier, actually this summertime, with the director of one of our local funeral homes, and he told me of the concerning increase that he saw of people, obviously, that were coming to the home that had died of suicide, and in demographics that he hadn't seen before so much as 30 and 40-year-olds that had lost work, maybe lost their business. And I have no doubt that as time moves on, mental anguish will be added to the list as we continue to broaden the legislation as we are seeing happen right now. Mental anguish is unfortunately, it's a very human condition. Loss of a loved one, bankruptcy, news of a terminal illness. Dr. Frank Irvin is a doctor in Ridge Meadows Hospital, and he made this Facebook post recently. And he said this: physicians now have the power to end your life even if you are not dying. I personally have a patient undergo MAID who would have had a very good chance of living 5 or more years. The quality of care and the decision to administer MAID was very questionable in my view, and when I contacted the coroner to request a review, I was told that these cases are not reviewable by the coroner's service. Where is the oversight? Think of my wife, Marlene. She was diagnosed with cancer, went through a very difficult time, 5 operations. It's now 5 years, and she is cancer-free.
And on that very positive note, I must interrupt the honourable member for questions and comments. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his tremendous insight and thoughts on this topic. One of the things he mentioned was some of the challenges and vulnerabilities facing Indigenous communities, and as a member representing a Northern Ontario riding with 42 First Nations, 3 distinct treaty territories in the Métis homelands, it's something that I understand and that we understand in our region quite closely. So I'm just wondering if the member can speak to some of the opinions from Indigenous communities that he has heard when it pertains to this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Well, I would just say that the Indigenous population, I'm a member of Parliament in a suburb of Maple Ridge, of Vancouver, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. And actually the largest ethnic population, surprisingly, in this area is Indigenous people, and Métis, surprisingly. So I would say that it's very, that what I'm sharing about, at least from my perspective, what I'm hearing, is very pervasive right across as far as dealing with mental health, dealing with these challenges. It's very similar. So I do think that the representative of this disability organization for Indigenous people really stated it well, a lot of his perspective of with Indigenous people.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let me begin by saying that I have enormous respect for my colleague opposite and of course, for his views, even if we disagree. I would just like to ask, perhaps as a point of clarification, if the member disagrees with the very idea of medical-assisted dying or with this bill, because the bill that we are proposing, that we have put forward, is in order to respond to the Quebec Superior Court's decision. It's in order to improve the legislation based on the experience of patients. But we are not talking about the very principle of medical assistance in dying. We're talking about improving the existing law. And I wonder if he could just clarify, is he against medical assistance in dying altogether?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, well, I would like to thank the member for her question. My concern is that we are not putting the emphasis on palliative care, that we have put MAID, and it is legislated through the Supreme Court, we put that into the Canada Health Act. And so it is required to be accessible and funded right across Canada. But we do not have that for the general population for palliative care. Only about 1/3 of Canadians have access. And just briefly, I previously mentioned about a lady that I had a conversation with. She's in hospice, dying of cancer. She was now passed. I asked her, how much pain are you going through? And she says, I'm going through no pain whatsoever. And so pain can be totally controlled under palliative care, as well as mental anguish. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I think he raised many important issues in terms of how we defend the rights of people with disabilities, and I wonder if he can just pick up on the issue of giving people alternatives. I was quite struck by the comment from one of his colleagues from BC, another member of our caucus, who said that people have a right to hope. And we have to give people access to that right, that ability to hope, to see that they have alternatives in front of them. And then I think members who talk about the importance of choice should consider the range of options that people have and wanting to really have that option of choosing to live, and how we can make that option real and meaningful for people that want that to be available to them.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's really important that people that are facing end of life are given those options and counseling and supports. That's really, really important. I know that one of the amendments we requested that was defeated was increasing from 90 to 120 days as far as people going through mental challenges, because there is not that supports. I think we need to increase the supports for people in the situations that they're in at end of life. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stevenston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let's deal with the elephant in the chamber here. There are reasons to support euthanasia despite 21st century medical advancement, but to protect the vulnerable in our society from mistreatment or abuse, we must provide the service ethically and monitor its delivery scrupulously. What we debate here today is exactly the opposite of that. C7 seeks to amend medical assistance in dying by eliminating various safeguards on how and when the service is delivered, and with apparent disregard of any scrupulous requirement. Some of the offensive changes to end-of-life decision-making include removing the 10 days waiting period between MAID request and its administration, allowing for no reflection or opportunity for consultation on alternatives during this critical period, proceeding without immediate consent, thus removing the final opportunity for someone to change their mind, and the creation of a two-track approach, the first track being someone whose death is deemed reasonably foreseeable, a term which is subjective and lacks effective meaning, as the Truchon case in Quebec reviews. The second track allows individuals who do not meet the reasonably foreseeable death criteria to receive MAID. At least these individuals are granted the opportunity to reflect for 90 days. I voted against second reading of C7 because it does not adequately protect Canadians from harm, and the gap presented is it's way too wide and to be bridged. Unfortunately, as I had predicted, this government refused to accept any reasonable amendments submitted by concerned stakeholder groups. I will therefore be voting against C7 during this third reading as well. As has been said many times, this bill creates pathways to end of life and would significantly impact the disabled without sufficiently supporting the alternatives. It also does not include enough consideration for the rights of medical professionals to refuse providing death as a service. Doctors know their patients' most intimate details. They have the professional experience to make suggestions on treatment and know how to refer to other experts when necessary. Because of MAIDs, medical professionals such as Dr. May, who is a stroke neurologist, have expressed concerns that doctors aren't being encouraged to suggest the best treatment. They're being obligated to suggest and provide a treatment that they may not believe it's the right one for any patient. They are being told to kick their conscience to the curb. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I would quote someone who, according to CBC, has 2 law degrees and a master's degree in health policy and has helped develop health law and policy for the WHO and several governments. He has practiced medicine in Canada, Africa, and the South Pacific. The member for Thunder Bay Rainy River shares the mutual concerns how this bill addresses the issues faced by those transient or undecided in their end-of-life decision-making. He states, and I quote, "My biggest concern is that as someone who has spent his whole life trying to avoid accidentally killing people, is that we don't end up using MAID for people who don't really want to die. That as someone with medical background, he thinks it is morally incumbent upon himself to stand up when it comes to issues of health, life, and death. Perhaps this concern is something that should be addressed through review. It's been said here in this chamber recently, and I repeat, that any legislation that is introduced in Parliament requires a thorough review. But that is especially true for bills that are literally matters of life or death. Bill C7, which seeks to expand medical assistance in dying, it's one of those bills. Members of the Justice Committee have heard firsthand from disability advocates vehemently opposed to C7 and its rapid expansion of MAID. They argue it amounts to a, quote, deadly form of discrimination, making it easier for persons with disability to die than to live. It is shameful that in the Liberal government's rush to pass the bill before December 18th, they continue to neglect to address the legitimate concerns being raised by persons with disabilities and medical professionals. Conservatives are focused on ensuring that this type of legislation includes safeguards for the most vulnerable in our society and for the conscience rights of physicians and health professionals. I have previously outlined these reasonable amendments we have introduced to reinstate such balances the government has removed. So I'm not going to relist them here again. However, I shall repeat that it is essential the government begin a separate and comprehensive parliamentary review of the original 2016 MAID legislation and the state of the palliative care in Canada. It is critical that this review analyze how the government's MAID legislation negatively impacts persons with disabilities. I might add, such a review could have taken place over the last summer, but instead, the Liberal government shut down our parliament to hide from their ethical scandals, only to return and introduce this legislation from scratch again. What larger lapse of moral fiber and ethical decision-making could there be? Furthermore, Madam Speaker, it pains me to find this bill comes at a time when vulnerable Canadians, such as those in palliative care, are more isolated than ever. Because of the pandemic, they can be left alone in their room for days. These measures aimed at saving lives have left them looking for options. As in the case of Miss Nancy Russell, a 90-year-old long-term care resident in Toronto who received MAID simply because, quote, she did not want to go into another lockdown, according to media report. Fleeing from the communist regime in Shanghai, my father struggled to provide for himself and his family by learning and mastering the art of directorship in the early film industry in Hong Kong. He later worked in Nigeria when I was a teenager and only returned home after suffering from a major stroke. I witnessed his struggle firsthand to live and to attempt to regain independence with little familial resources or societal help. My father was a fighter. He also overcame cancer and other major medical problems before dying in his sleep in Saskatoon one early Sunday morning in the 90s. If this C7 MAID legislation had existed back then, he would have been under inhumane pressure to, quote, lessen the burden he was imposing on his family, unquote, even though his death was not reasonably foreseeable. I, for one, Madam Speaker, am grateful for his strength and determination to stay alive so that I could reciprocate the care he provided me when I was young. He was able to live long enough to hold my brother's firstborn, his very first granddaughter, only months prior to his natural death. Medical assistance in dying, it's a very complex issue and evokes strong emotions. Recognizing we need more time to review the bill, my Conservative colleagues and I repeatedly propose increasing the number of meetings dedicated to reviewing the bill and hearing from witnesses. Unfortunately, each time, the Liberals refused. Canada's Conservatives will continue to highlight the flaws in this bill, which threaten the lives, rights, and dignity of people with disabilities, long past this unfortunate legislation. We will continue working to protect vulnerable Canadians, especially persons with disabilities, when the next assault on their dignity arrives. Canadians deserve as much. Like many of us here, my constituents have approached me in earnest to express their opposition to C7 and MAID. They asked for their MPs to stand in defense of the rights of people with disabilities, highlighting that it is a discriminatory policy and that Canada should not stand for such discrimination, that we must not expand euthanasia to people who are not dying. They asked me to stand in defense of the conscience rights of doctors, hundreds of which are protesting C7 as being against their oath to protect.
I have to interrupt the honourable member because we have to go to questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's a false argument to talk about process being the reason why this legislation isn't set to be able to ultimately pass. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, I do believe that it reflects the many years of debates and discussions and consultations that came right from the Supreme Court of Canada to Superior Court in the province of Quebec's most recent decision to literally tens of thousands of Canadians in all regions of our country. My question to my friend is, does he believe that the Superior Court of Quebec does not have the confidence of the Conservative Party in being able to see the support of this legislation, or at least this legislation allowing it to come to a vote so that it can be dealt with before we break?
The honourable member for Stevenson Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although my Zoom session has exhibited some problems. I didn't fully hear the member from Winnipeg North, but I recognize his voice, and I kind of get what he was asking. So I will try my best. I am so privileged and honored to live in a country that respects the rule of law. Our judicial system is structured in such a way that there is a hierarchy of judicials that exist, and that's why governments, individuals can appeal to a higher level of courts, and the Quebec court decisions could have been appealed by the Court of Appeal as well as the Supreme Court of Canada.
Going to have just one other member ask a question before we have to interrupt. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Steveston, Richmond East, for his speech. He is absolutely right about the importance of conscience protections for physicians, which is why we brought forward amendments to this bill to provide for conscience protections. Now, the members across the way say nothing to see here, no need for such protections, because they point to a recognition of conscience protections being in the preamble of C-14. Can the member speak to that? And second of all, I would note that in the Carter decision at paragraph 132, it states, quote, "Nothing in the declaration of invalidity which we propose to issue would compel physicians to provide assistance in dying," end of quote, and yet that is happening in the province of Ontario, violating the charter rights of physicians.
Okay, the honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East, a brief answer there, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my speech, I alluded to my father's experience escaping from communist China. It is a country that does not provide freedom of conscience for its members, and in Canada we do, and that's why we treasure our freedom so much, and we must not ban people and to force them to act under duress and under against their freedom and against their conscience. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
We'll still have a minute and a half left for questions and answers the next time this matter is before the House. Because it being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Consideration at first reading of Bill C-226, an act to amend the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, non-application in Quebec. Standing in the name of Mr. Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault, appuyé par...
Mr. Thériault, seconded by Ms. Godreau, moves that Bill C-226, an act to amend the Canadian Multiculturalism Act, non-application in Quebec, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, Quebec is a nation, a francophone nation, an egalitarian nation, a nation that is proud of its history, a nation where the church and state are separate. Quebec is a nation that is different from Canada. All members from Quebec in this House, regardless of their political affiliation, know this. We are different. We are different for many reasons. We're different because of our language, French, because of our institutions, and also to our particular attachment to secularism, which is a history that is written partly by the Catholic Church and from which we have gradually liberated ourselves. We are different from Canada, not better, just different. Different in our way of life and different in our way of living together. And having the federal government impose an integration model on us simply doesn't work. And that is why I'm very happy to be able to once again table this bill on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and I'm very happy to resume the debate that is so necessary on multiculturalism and its impact on Quebec. First, this bill follows up to the supposed recognition of the Quebec nation by this Parliament. I know that the Prime Minister doesn't believe in this, and that he wants to make Canada the first post-national state in the world, which would lead to the disappearance of Quebec's national identity, which is completely ridiculous. The Quebec nation is our community of belonging, the group that we identify with, and the one that we discuss when we're making decisions concerning the organization of our society. Because the nation is the privileged place for making political decisions, recognizing a nation means recognizing the existence of the political, the polity that has rights and aspirations to a legitimate policy. By recognizing the Quebec nation, the House of Commons recognizes, despite itself, the right to control the social, economic, and cultural development in Quebec. And by affirming that the Quebec nation is formed of all Quebec residents, regardless of their origins, their mother tongue, or where they live, the federal government has recognized that the Quebec nation had a very clear territorial base, Quebec. And I would like to remind people that Quebec has never had any need of Ottawa to be a nation or to affirm this unanimously. On October 30th, 2003, the National Assembly of Quebec adopted the following motion unanimously, that the National Assembly reaffirm that the people of Quebec form a nation. This motion does not say that the people of Quebec form a nation if Canada remains as it is, or that Quebec is a nation if it opts for sovereignty. It says that the people of Quebec form a nation, period. And that is why the National Assembly specified, repeated, and reaffirmed the existence of the nation of Quebec. In fact, this resolution echoes what governments of Quebec have been saying for decades. In 1980, René Lévesque said, "Canada is composed of two equal nations. Quebec is the home and the heart of one of those nations, and as it possesses all the attributes of a distinct national community, it has an inalienable right to self-determination. This right to control its own national destiny is the most fundamental right that Quebec society has." And that's why it is so important that the Quebec nation have all the tools that it needs to develop, flourish, and to define itself. And therefore, this is the preamble that I placed in the bill. Whereas Quebecers form a nation and therefore possess all the tools needed to define their identity and protect their common values, including as regards the protection of the French language, the separation of state and religion, and gender equality. And I certainly hope that the House will unanimously support this preamble. That being said, Quebec is a nation that is unique in the world, a francophone people of 8 million residents on a continent of over 600 million. In total, Francophones constitute 2.3% of the population on this continent, and it's difficult to be more of a minority than that. Demographically speaking, over time, we should have disappeared, and yet here we are still, alive and well. We're a real historic aberration. We're a miracle of resilience. Quebec needs all the tools at its disposal to last, especially beginning with its independence. The federal government could have been an ally and contributed to the sustainability of the Quebec nation. Ottawa could have used its powers to contribute to the development of Quebec's distinct identity, but it has always refused to do so. On the contrary, Ottawa undermines Quebec and contributes to weakening its Quebec culture. One of Ottawa's worst attacks on the Quebec nation against what we are collectively is multiculturalism. Multiculturalism denies the national difference of Quebec and reduces it to an ethnicity among so many others. Multiculturalism is in fact the denial of the Quebec nation. For Canadians, it's a model that can work, because Canada is an Anglophone country in an Anglophone continent, so it's normal for new arrivals to want to learn English when they arrive. but Quebec is French, a French minority in an English country on an English continent. So new arrivals say, well, why should we integrate to a minority? So that is why multiculturalism harms Quebec. If you visit the Canada government website under Canadian Identity and Society, we can read that multiculturalism allows all citizens to preserve their identity and to be proud of their origins. In other words, no use integrating into your new community. In Quebec, multiculturalism is not a policy of integration, it's a policy of disintegration. It's a policy that creates a fragmented society where people from all cultures live, instead of allowing for the development of a society that integrates new arrivals to enrich a common culture. It's simply a juxtaposition of communities. The truth is that multiculturalism rejects the idea of a common culture by encouraging the coexistence of multiple cultures. Although it's defined as a model of integration, instead it advocates a cohabitation which is marked by indifference or even barely tolerance, instead of by respect for difference, which invariably leads to a ghettoization of cultures. Quebec fears the impact of multiculturalism in terms of this multitude of solitudes, and so it has always rejected the Canadian approach, especially since it minimizes Quebec's role within Canada and that it denies the very existence of the Quebec nation. In 1971, Robert Bourassa wrote in a letter to Pierre Elliott Trudeau that this notion of multiculturalism appears not to be compatible with the Quebec reality. Now, that was true 50 years ago, and it's just as true today. Quebec has always banked on integration. Cultural plurality, cultural diversity, all of this is a richness, a wealth that should be shared. Getting to know oneself better, speaking together and building together, that is the Quebec approach. And to take that approach, people have to agree among themselves, and that is why in Quebec we are calling on immigrants to recognize the French fact, to learn the French language, and to recognize this is the language of our common space, and that is why Quebec also emphasizes the need to respect the principal foundations of living together, such as the separation of church and state, gender equality, and the existence of a historic cultural heritage. This heritage is multicultural, but it is not multiculturalistic.
Before 2003, there was even talk of a civil pact. The Quebec model of integration goes beyond simple citizenship. It aims not only to favor the thriving and coexistence of minority cultures, but also in vacuums, but also to bring these to a symbolic and institutional space of the nation. In other words, contrary to Canada's approach, which talks about preserving the identity without integrating, Quebec's approach supports integration based on the learning of the French language, the official language, and the language common to the citizenry, and the adherence to a set of fundamental principles. In Quebec, Quebec is a society of French expression, democratic, pluralist, based on the rule of law, which means that everyone is equal in value and in dignity and has a right to equal protection by the law. Knowledge and respect for Quebec society's values are necessary to adapt to your new living milieu and take full part in it. We believe that integration begins with full participation, which is not what multiculturalism allows. The contradiction between the Quebec model and the Canadian model is flagrant and insurmountable. This is confusing for newcomers. Quebec, for them, is seen as a state of French language, but in a bilingual country that favors bilingualism. It calls for a welcome and integration policy that insists on the importance of many basic values and that affirms that French is the language of its citizens, which is in total contradiction with the definition of Canada that defines itself as bilingual and multicultural. In its preliminary brief to the Bouchard-Taylor Commission, the Conseil des Relations Interculturelles du Québec underscored this confusion. The efforts made by the government of Quebec to define and promote its own model of integration came up against the ideology of multiculturalism, which was sometimes interpreted by certain groups as the possibility of living one's own culture according to the rationale of separate development. The ideological way of thinking that emerged in the 1970s, which presented the society as a mosaic of cultures, has since been encouraging certain groups to develop beliefs that clash with Quebec's vision. People arriving in Quebec therefore received two contradictory messages. Instead of laying blame, as some are wont to do, the Bloc Québécois thinks that it would be better to make the message clearer. Quebec should have all the necessary freedom to integrate newcomers. Every year, Quebec welcomes tens of thousands of immigrants, and that's not even including refugees. It's essential that we have in hand all the necessary tools that we need to integrate them and allow them to integrate into Quebec. The Prime Minister's multiculturalism is completely disconnected from the Quebec reality. For the Prime Minister, there is no Quebec nation, and it's not possible for Quebec to decide how it should live as a society. He doesn't want the nations of the world to see who we are, to hear our voice, and does not want them to be touched by our will to take our own place in the world and to extend our hand to all the peoples of the earth to enrich common humanity. I invite everyone who cherishes cultural diversity on a world scale and everyone who cherishes the interests of Quebec, the Quebec culture, and the Quebec identity to support my bill, which would allow Quebec to decide on its own which model of integration it prefers. Quebec is a nation, Madam Speaker, a small francophone nation in an enormous anglophone continent. It must have all the tools it needs that will allow those who join us to integrate, that will allow us to thrive, to prosper, and to prosper confident in the future.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I love Quebec and I love the French language. And I, as a Canadian, feel very passionate about how important it is that Quebec remain that French capital in North America. And there are so many wonderful aspects of the French language and being a part of a multicultural society. You know, if you go into the area that I represent, you will find children that can speak French, English, Tagalog, or French, English, and Punjabi. Many different languages. These are the types of things that makes Canada the great country that it is, Madam Speaker. As French continues to grow, I believe, in other areas. I know definitely in Winnipeg North. And it seems to me that the member, through legislation of this nature, is actually sending a negative message in terms of our diversity and our ever-growing and changing heritage, something that we should all be proud of. Thank you, Madam.
L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, we need to distinguish between our love for diversity and multiculturalism. Multiculturalism is a political ideology. Our society, as Père Diouf said, is tightly interwoven. It's a mashup. We want to integrate immigrants, however, based on our common culture. Quebec is a French language society. That should be clear. It is not a bilingual society. Quebec is a society that recognizes gender equality. It's a society that separates the state and religion. My colleague spoke of Quebec as being the capital. I would like him to say that it's a nation.
Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
J'aimerais merci le membre de.
I would like to thank the member for his speech. Does he think that it's somewhat ironic to quote a Quebecer who created the Multiculturalism Act And now another Quebecer wants to abolish this act, but only for Quebec. My second point. Can the member give a clear definition of multiculturalism according to our justice system? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, Pierre Elliott Trudeau defined himself, first and foremost, as a Canadian. I am a Quebecer. I am not a Canadian. I never have been. I never will be. That's the difference between me and Mr. Trudeau. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Given that Quebec has all the powers it needs to select its economic immigrants, and that the Quebec-Canada agreement with regard to immigration, let me talk about Section 24. Quebec will allow Canada will allow Quebec to take care of economic immigration services, culture and linguistic services for immigrants, and will provide fair compensation. What will his bill change then? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, this bill will allow Quebec to decide on its own to integrate its newcomers based on a common culture. Multiculturalism is a political ideology. It drowns the Quebec culture. We will recognize all nations, the plurality of cultures. However, in Canada, the Quebec nation is not recognized. What Quebec wants is not a political ideology, even if it does work in the rest of Canada. Research has told us that indeed multiculturalism can work when there is a majority culture, when the majority wants to integrate newcomers. Well, that's the case for the rest of Canada that integrates it into the continental majority. That's not the case for Quebec. That's why we need to be exempt. If the Parliament recognizes us as a nation and our right to self-determination, then this bill must pass. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine, La Salle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address Private Member's Bill C-226, introduced by the member for Montcalm, which is asking the House to support an amendment to the Canadian Multiculturalism Act so that it would not be applicable in Quebec. The bill is one of a series of 10 provisions that recognize the contribution of all Canadians to the social and economic fabric of the country. The Multiculturalism Act and its associated bill are at the very heart of the efforts deployed by the Government of Canada to improve the quality of life, preserve social cohesion, and ensure that all citizens may take part in social, political, and cultural society, no matter what their race or origins. Canadian multiculturalism is an effective instrument that favors social cohesion, mutual respect, and a common sense of Canadian identity. Canada is a pioneer in this regard. It was the first country in the world to set up a state where multiculturalism is enshrined in the Constitution, a state where people of all races, of all religions, and all cultures and origins join Indigenous peoples. Thanks to the Multiculturalism Act, Canada is seen by the world as a model for the promotion of social cohesion. Accepting cultural diversity is a fundamental aspect of Canadian values, along with respect for people and differences. It played a role in maintaining our high ranking among the United Nations ranking. Our multiculturalism model aims for integration and not assimilation. Assimilation is the process by which new immigrants cannot be distinguished from the dominant society that welcomes them. However, integration means contributing to the culture that enriches society. The majority of immigrants who arrive in Canada integrate into the community. They work in their communities and contribute to society as a whole. Madam Speaker, bilingualism and multiculturalism are both a defining part of Canada's unique identity. They are not contradictory. These are two assets that have allowed us to become one of the most envied countries in the world. Multiculturalism, our official bilingualism is part of the Charter and the Constitution, as well as our multiculturalism. They are supported and must continue to advance together. These series of policies can support our heritage. It would be unfortunate and even dramatic if ever the framework for multiculturalism was seen as an instrument with contradictory objectives, as if everyone who supported Quebec had to throw away multiculturalism, or as if multiculturalism meant doing away with Quebec nationalism. Multiculturalism and Quebec nationalism, Quebec's specific status, go hand in hand. Multiculturalism includes all Canadians. And it does not concern only newcomers. It concerns all Canadians. Multiculturalism concerns the entire Canadian population because Canadian society is multicultural. Canadian history shows that the Multiculturalism Act contributed to making a society where diversity is accepted and where integration takes place. It contributed to building a country that's proud of its multicultural heritage. The experience of the last decades have shown that the Multiculturalism Act and Quebec interculturalism work well together. The two strategies do not undermine each other. There are differences, but both helped build a Canada of which we can all be proud. The Multiculturalism Act preserves and highlights our cultural heritage and ensures the equal participation of all Canadians in society. It establishes a framework that is visionary and wide-ranging and allows all Canadians to be heard and have their voices heard, including Quebecers.
Federal government, through its multicultural policy, recognized the diversity found in Canada as a fundamental characteristic of Canadian society. This policy recognized that Canada was built not only on the contributions of Indigenous peoples and the two official language communities, French and English, but also on the contributions of the many diverse communities who had come from all over the world over the span of decades to settle here in what is now known as Canada. It was an aspirational statement that would lead the way to the Canada we know today. In 1988, the Parliament of Canada embedded our multiculturalism policy in legislation through the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. The Canadian Multiculturalism Act, now over 30 years old, provides the framework for federal responsibilities and activities, which brings Canadians closer together and promotes mutual respect among Canadians of all backgrounds. Since the Canadian Multiculturalism Act has been in place, it has become a core component of Canadian identity. It has helped build a cohesive society by assisting both groups and individuals to participate in all spheres of Canadian society. The Act has contributed to promoting mutual respect and peaceful relations among Canadians of different backgrounds and assisted in strengthening bonds of mutual trust and responsibility. Madam Speaker, as much as multiculturalism has become a core component of our identity, so too has our country's linguistic duality become a defining element of Canadian identity. Our Official Languages Act complements the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. Both recognize that there is a uniqueness to the diverse population in Canada and that this unique heritage is worth preserving. These two acts are symbols of Canada and its heritage. 30 years on, I can confidently say that the Canadian Multiculturalism Act has served our nation well. In Canada, diversity is one of our greatest strengths. Yet we must never forget that it demands our continuous effort, attention, and care so that it can continue to grow. Today, according to Statistics Canada data, immigration accounts for about 2/3 of overall population growth. Our multicultural heritage should not be divisive, particularly in a democracy that respects individual freedoms as much as Canada. Generations of immigrants have come and successfully settled across this country, and we can see the success of their integration simply by looking around this chamber or walking down the street of just about any city in Canada. Multiculturalism is not simply a government policy, it is the lived experience of people across our country. A country in which Canadians of different origins live and work side by side, where these same Canadians, new and not so new, work to learn the languages, customs, and the history of our country that they in turn share with us as equal members of Canadian society. This two-way street has helped shape us as a country. Madam Speaker, the work to lay the foundation for the multiculturalism country Canada is today was done by past generations. Today, young Canadians are consistently more accepting of immigration and cultural diversity than older generations. On the whole, Canada's multiculturalism policy and the subsequent Canadian Multiculturalism Act have helped create the Canada of today, a Canada that is open and welcoming of cultural diversity, a Canada that will remain a multicultural society. Thank you so much.
The resuming debate, the member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is with a great deal of pride and honor that I rise today to speak to this bill, which is sponsored by my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois. Madam Speaker, I'm a proud Quebecer. I'm proud of that nation which, against all odds, has shown a spirit of survival. It has overcome obstacles with honor and dignity. I like the history of Quebec. I like its culture and its particularities. I am a Quebecer. Like the 77 other elected representatives in this chamber who represent the 78 other ridings. Quebec is not a monolithic bloc. Quebec derives its force from its diversity, be it people who are sovereigntists, like my friends from the Bloc Québécois, or be it people on the left of the political spectrum, like my colleague from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, or be they liberals or conservatives from Quebec. We are all Quebecers, and we can be proud of this nation, which has been recognized by a conservative government, a past conservative government, for being a nation. Now, we all know our history. At first, the First Nations were there. They were there from the very beginning of time, and it is with pride that for 12 years and one day, I was the representative either in the House of Commons are the Quebec National Assembly of the Wendat, a very proud First Nation in Quebec. We must always remember that our territory has always been the land of First Nations from the beginning of time. And then the first Europeans came to colonize Quebec, be it Jacques Cartier in 1534 or Samuel de Champlain in 1608, who on July 3rd founded Quebec City. And with that, the permanent European presence on North American soil took root under the French regime. Now, that aspect of the French presence has it's been there for 400 years with dignity and honor. And listening to debates on the preservation of French, which in fact is the essence of Quebec, we must always remember that this is part of our history, our heritage, and that we must protect the French language so that we can show the world what is Quebec. And then 1759 to 1763, the British Crown arrived, and for over 250 years, or 260 years to be more precise, Francophones and Anglophones have coexisted in Quebec. And then many other people came from many different parts of the world. They arrived in Quebec, be it in the 1840s, following the Great Famine in Ireland. Quebec has welcomed thousands of Irish, and their descendants are still proud Quebecers. It's not because they were not born in France or their descendants were not born in France that they don't have their place there. No. The Johnson brothers, for instance, who are both premiers of Quebec, find their roots in Ireland as well. Gilles Duceppe, for instance, as well, has Irish roots. So we are extremely proud of the mixing of all these different cultures over the years. 1867, Confederation. That happened with the support of the French Canadians led by Sir John A. Macdonald and Sir Georges Etienne Cartier. With that act, Quebec took its full and rightful place within Canada, and it abided by the laws of Canada. We have we have also lived in French, and that is what really sets Quebec apart. When I talked about immigration, Madam Speaker, I have to say that I am in a happy conflict of interest because I am the son of immigrants. My parents chose, in fact, they were chosen by Quebec to come in 1958. I was born in 1964. And the greatest gift which my parents gave me, my parents today are 96 and 97 years old, is that they raised me as a Quebecer. They did not spend their time talking about how it was in their home country, but they talked about how we can live as proud Quebecers today and still be proud of our roots. And I will never be grateful enough to my parents, even though my father couldn't really skate. After 4 seconds, he always fell down, but he could talk about Maurice Richard and Jean Béliveau and Guy Lafleur. He spoke about our national sport with great passion, and that is so true. I know that here in this chamber, MPs from every party, there are MPs from every party who find their roots in other countries. And as I said, Madam Speaker, with the measures that were taken in the area of immigration, be it in 1971, which gave Quebec the right to its own presence in consulates abroad. And later on, Quebec was given powers in immigration, and then the Colin Couture report gave Quebec more powers in the field of immigration, which brings me to the issue at hand today, multiculturalism. In 1991, the McDougall-Gagnon-Tremblay agreement was reached on which further refined Quebec's powers on immigration. All this happened within Canada under Canadian laws, including the Multiculturalism Act, which was passed in 1988. All kinds of policies were brought about by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, our 15th Prime Minister, but the act we know was passed in 1988. It received royal assent under Brian Mulroney, the Tsiga de Bécomo. So, Madam Speaker, I know that he is not the only Quebecer to have led the country. Louis Saint-Laurent and Sir Wilfrid Laurier did so as well, and the 15th Prime Minister, also from Quebec, Paul Martin, the current Prime Minister. And Brian Mulroney, I believe we can be very proud of that man who's led this country, who came from Bécomo, and in 1988, his government helped pass the Multiculturalism Act. We Conservatives recognize First Nations. We recognize that English and French are Canada's two official languages. And the Official Languages Act does allow Quebec to flourish in French. English and French have the same, are on an equal footing. And we recognize this in a democratic country based on the rule of law. The Multiculturalism Act does allow for agreements between the federal government and the provinces, and that's why I understand that some of the sovereigntists don't like this. They believe Ottawa is too centralizing, but we believe the opposite. We, the Conservative Party, recognize Quebec as a nation. We gave Quebec a seat at UNESCO. We gave Quebec more immigration powers. We are the ones who gave Quebec more powers in the area of culture. We support a harmonized tax system with powers in Quebec. And we Conservatives respect Bill 21, which is provincial legislation. If we want Canada and Quebec to keep on prospering, to keep on flourishing, this will only happen under a Conservative government which will respect the Charter and the division of powers in this country. Resuming debate. The member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues for their speeches. Tonight, we're having an interesting debate. I have a question, though. Is this the right time to have this debate? We're at the beginning of December. We're in the second wave of the pandemic. There are 1,500 cases a day of COVID in Quebec. Hospitals are overloaded. They'll have to postpone other operations. So it's a lot of fun to talk about this topic. It's philosophical. However, I think that we could have used our time on topics which are more relevant to what's happening today. In Quebec, 10,000 restaurants have already closed down, and a lot of restaurateurs think that the worst is yet to come. However, I'd like to thank the member of Montcalm for his comments, but I'd like to speak uninterrupted. So this debate is interesting because it's really about how we should live together, how we should live together in a multinational and multicultural society. And countries around the world are having this debate. There are different models. Some of them work and some of them don't work. I'll explain this further. None of these models is perfect. Each of these models can be improved on. And these models are based on the history of each country. Let me start with a case that's far away, Norway. Now, Quebec is a Francophone society. we represent a small minority of people in North America, as my colleague from Montcalm already said. But we bring in French-speaking immigrants. Quebec has full powers over its immigration system, so it can choose to bring in French-speaking people. And I would like to recognize Quebecers who originally came from North African countries. Now, back to Norme. Only Norwegians speak Norwegian, so it's more difficult for them to bring people to their country and integrate them. Let me talk about other countries whose situation resemble Quebec's a little more. The first one is assimilation or hard integration. In this country, immigrants are asked to abandon their past, their songs, their culture, and to melt into the new country. This is the French model. It's a very colonialist model. Under this model, the French believed that Algeria was part of their territory, and for Algerian students to graduate, well, they had to know all about cheese production in France. And so it was a model based on assimilation. A model we're more familiar with is multiculturalism. Under this model, we tell people, come to our country, contribute, work here, bring your families over. And you can keep your customs and your traditions, some of your values, when they're compatible with our democratic values, but we'll give you room for you to keep on being who you are. And in fact, we will promote this model because diversity is something that is positive for us. So this is a model which gives minorities their rights. And so under this model, the country protects minorities and defends their rights. Now, that's the Canadian model in English Canada. Does that model apply to Quebec? I don't think so, because it does not represent the Quebec consensus. Why? And this was alluded to earlier, because Quebec forms not a minority, but a nation. And recognizing Quebec as a nation happened in 2006. So in Quebec, there is a consensus on interculturalism, which is a bit like multiculturalism. Some people believe these two models contradict each other, but what we say is that it's possible for both models to coexist side by side. Gérard Bouchard, a philosopher, talked about interculturalism. He said that interculturalism and multiculturalism are both pluralist philosophies which each respect diversity and identity. But there's an important distinction between these two philosophies. Interculturalism talks about common elements. I like to talk about pillars which bring people together. And in Quebec, this pillar has been studied and has been the object of reports. So the question that one asks is, how do we bring people together while respecting their diversity? Well, people gather around certain basic principles, such as the French language, which is the public language in Quebec. And I think there's a consensus around that. And part of this, the principles are also based on getting immigrants to learn French. Why am I talking about this? It's because interculturalism tries to strike a balance between individual and collective rights. And this is something that exists in every society. There's no perfect model, and a good example of this in Quebec is the French language charter, which focuses on collective rights, including the French language. Other countries will focus more on individual rights, but again, the right balance needs to be struck. So this balance, as described by Gérard Bouchard, is a matter of respecting universal rights and respecting every person's individuality. It's always difficult to strike this balance, and a society needs to work on striking that balance all the time. At the NDP, we believe that these two approaches can coexist peacefully. Let me give you an example. The NDP itself. Both of these approaches are included in our agenda. We talk about multiculturalism and interculturalism, and it works because we have constructive dialogues. We have these two approaches, and they do coexist peacefully within our party. However, one of the shortcomings in the bill we're debating tonight is that it's hard to see what problem this bill is trying to fix. Quebec respects interculturalism. It does so in the way it applies Bill 1, in the way it chooses immigrants, and in the way it educates immigrants in Quebec. Section 24, Canada commits to withdrawing from cultural services which are provided by Quebec to immigrants. Section 25, the federal government withdraws from certain economic provisions. And 26, Canada will compensate Quebec for the services provided by Quebec under the two previous sections. So again, what problem is this bill trying to fix? It's more of an ideological or philosophical debate. I really don't see what obstacles there are. The Department of Canadian Heritage applies the current legislation, and funding is given to Quebec to help it educate immigrants and to help fund organizations to various groups. So I believe that we need a more nuanced debate on this issue.
L'honorable députée de Laurentides-Labelle. Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'espère que mon discours que j'ai finement préparé va répondre à plusieurs des questions des collègues qui ont fait des allocutions. Alors, j'aimerais tout d'abord saluer et remercier mon honorable collègue de Montcalm pour son important discours sur le projet de loi C-226, la loi, en fait, modifiant sur le multiculturalisme canadien qu'il parraine. Alors, tout d'abord, ce projet de loi est majeur pour le Québec puisque ce texte modifie la loi sur le multiculturalisme canadien afin qu'elle ne s'applique pas au Québec. Rappelons qu'il existe différents niveaux conceptuels de multiculturalisme. Il faut distinguer le multiculturalisme en tant que fait social de la diversité ethno-culturelle et le multiculturalisme comme imaginaire social ou idéologie de l'État. Donc, l'imaginaire du multiculturalisme est une représentation symbolique d'un projet politique national. La diversité occupe une place différente dans l'imaginaire québécois et dans l'imaginaire canadien. Selon le mythe canadien, le Canada serait fondamentalement multiculturel, comme s'il n'y avait pas des hiérarchies sociales du fait de la domination culturelle de la majorité historique anglophone. Le projet national québécois représente plutôt la diversité comme une rencontre entre une société d'accueil. Cette rencontre implique une forme de partage culturel. Donc, les citoyens issus de l'immigration s'intègrent à la culture de la société d'accueil qui évolue en intégrant des éléments culturels issus de la diversité québécoise. Donc, contrairement à la représentation canadienne du multiculturalisme, Le modèle québécois implique la convergence culturelle qui consolide la culture comme une de la nation, sans figer sa progression dans le temps. Donc, le mot excusez-moi, Madame la Présidente, il va falloir qu'on trouve un petit mot rapide. Hein? Le multi réfère également à un autre niveau conceptuel, celui de la politique publique. Il a pour objectif de promouvoir un projet national lié à une conception particulière du multiculturalisme par l'implémentation de programmes et de mesures spécifiques qui visent à aménager la diversité d'une manière ou d'une autre. Donc, d'ailleurs, on a parlé tantôt, la politique canadienne remonte à 1970. Mais rapidement, la politique fait objet de vives critiques, évidemment, de la part du Québec, voulant qu'elle renvoie le peuple québécois au statut de minorité ethnique, parmi d'autres. De plus, alors qu'elle se présente comme une option préférable au modèle assimilationniste, elle a un effet folklorisant et une aura.
It has a sort of Pacific, peaceable aura, which seems to keep people in their original culture. So it favorizes or fosters withdrawal, rather. And so this is not exclusive to the Quebec or Francophone perspective. It was formulated by the Canadian novelist Neil Bissundath in 1995 in his book. So much for criticism of multiculturalism. I'm going to go straight to the point that interests me the most, which is everything that which is what Gérard Bouchard has inscribed into our cultural heritage. So for him, interculturalism, Quebec interculturalism, is a type of integration model which is different from assimilation or multiculturalism. Its main components that Mr. Bouchard has set out: promotion of French as a civic language, that is a condition for participation in public life, respect of rights of all Quebecers, including the most vulnerable to discrimination. So language, religion, culture, the recognition of the majority-minority relationship, which underpins Quebec's ethno-demographic reality. And there are constant concerns about preserving this culture. And the accent on exchange between cultures. So I'm going to say what Mr. Bouchard said. A central concern of this model is to avoid assimilation. It targets the acceptance of the fundamental values of our society, as defined in our charter. It also calls on the learning of French, participation in civic life, and it is developed in terms of relationships between different cultures and takes into account all concerns. And so interculturalism, Madam Speaker, in Quebec, it was consolidated in the late 1990s with the publication of this white paper. So in Quebec, to build together, this was our immigration and integration policy. So what is affirmed in that paper? Quebec is a society where French is the common language, a democratic society where the contribution of all citizens is expected and fostered, a pluralistic society, one that is open to the different contributions, as long as they respect our fundamental democratic values. So it is essential that the social and economic integration of immigrations must be done in French. Economically speaking, multiculturalism must offer immigrants the resources they need to integrate to the labor market, obviously, which calls for the learning of French. The concept of exchange, that's at the very heart of this model. Interculturalism means that the state respects intercultural principles, especially the civic path forward: intercultural exchanges and the fight against discrimination. And so this civic path forward is given much more priority than bringing things to court. And so this is what distinguishes interculturalism from multiculturalism, as it is known in Canada. So this is a way of apprehending ethnocultural diversity, and that has to do with the secularism. That is a principle that establishes the separation of religion and state, the neutrality, the state's religious neutrality, the equality of all citizens, and which guarantees freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. In closing, we must remember that both policies are independent of each other. One does not necessarily imply the other. And whether that is true or not, Madam Speaker, the important thing is that in all cases, we're talking about a discussion that is to be held within Quebec, which concerns the Quebec nation, its identity, and its future. It does not concern in any way at all Canada. Interculturalism, Madam Speaker, as like secularism, is a part of public debate, and there is a clear consensus among all parliamentarians of Quebec, and that is that these debates, these discussions, are deeply national and democratic, and they have been held and will be held in our National Assembly. Period. Thank you.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément.
Order. And now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Conservatives are calling on the government to take concrete action in response to gross violations of fundamental human rights in China. And in my earlier question, I had asked about 3 specific areas of action. Sometimes Canadians hear about what's happening in other parts of the world and they feel helpless. We can't do everything to solve every problem around the world, but we can take concrete action. We can take steps ourselves to try to make things better. And the first thing we can do is use Magnitsky sanctions. We can end this culture of impunity that sometimes exists around violations of human rights. We can list people under the Magnitsky Act, and we can therefore hold them accountable and prevent them from moving their money to Canada, from traveling to Canada and so forth. And Magnitsky sanctions are really taking off globally as a vehicle for ending impunity for violations of human rights. It's encouraging to see Europeans taking steps in that direction, following steps made by British Americans, as well as us in Canada, thanks to work done by my colleague from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, on getting a Magnitsky sanctions bill passed in the last Parliament. But the Magnitsky sanctions bill is only as good as its use, and this government has disgracefully, I think, failed to list any officials from China under the Magnitsky Act, the fact that our allies in some cases have already done so. The second thing we need to do is strengthen our laws on supply chains to ensure that no longer are we importing products that are made through violations of human rights. Canada has very weak laws right now on supply chains. We have the significant risk that even products procured by the government involved slave labor or other violations of fundamental human rights. The third thing we need to do is not be complicit in human rights violations through our own tax dollars. And that's why I and other Conservatives have been calling on the government to withdraw from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the AIIB. This is a Chinese state-controlled bank that functions as part of China's wider Belt and Road Initiative, its neo-colonial agenda to promote its model of governance around the world. Now, this point is, I think, made very clearly in the transition binder for the Minister for International Development. And it baffles me that the Minister for International Development continues to support participation in the AIIB despite the reality that this is part of China's strategic efforts to promote its governance around the world. Why would we pay for that? Why would we ask Canadians to pay taxes so that those tax dollars can be then sent over to this Chinese state-controlled development bank when we could be doing so much more good if we were instead using this money to promote real development in a way that's aligned with Canadian interests and Canadian values. I note parenthetically, Madam Speaker, that the AIIB is actually building pipelines. It's building pipelines in Azerbaijan. It's building pipelines in Turkey. And I highly doubt, given the human rights standards of this development bank and of the government in China more broadly, that proper consultation with Indigenous people is happening in the construction of these pipelines in Asia. This is particularly striking since the Minister for International Development herself has a sad record of attacking Canada's energy sector. In fact, in 2012, she tweeted, quote, "It's time to landlock Alberta's tar sands," end of quote. So this minister who has expressed a desire to landlock Canada's own energy resources is actually allowing our international development to fund the construction of pipelines in other countries, which are designed as part of the strategic foreign policy objectives of the Chinese government. Why is this government effectively putting forward measures that are undermining the success of our domestic energy sector while they're using our development assistance dollars to fund the advancement of China's foreign policy interests and to fund the construction of pipelines in other countries which don't have nearly the same human rights standards as development projects here in Canada? So these are important questions. And while the government is seeking to sound tougher on China, the fact is that they've done nothing. They've done nothing in the area of Magnitsky sanctions. They've done nothing in the area of strengthening our laws on supply chains. They've done nothing in terms of recognizing the issues around the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The very least we can do to combat China's foreign human rights abuses.
I'm sorry, the honourable member's time is up. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park, for Saskatchewan, for raising what I think we both mutually believe to be a very important issue. We speak about it regularly, he and I and others at the Canada-China Committee. As he knows well from that work, Canada is indeed alarmed by the human rights situations of the Uyghurs and other Turkic ethnic minority groups in China. This was expressed most recently last night by Ambassador Dominic Barton at the committee's meeting. The nature and scale of the abuses by Chinese authorities of Uyghurs under the pretext of countering extremism are deeply disturbing to us. Canada remains troubled by the mass arbitrary detentions, religious persecution, repressive surveillance, allegations of torture, mistreatment, forced labor, and mass arbitrary separation of children from their parents, among other abuses. These actions by the Chinese government are contrary to its own constitution, and it's in violation of its international human rights obligations, and they are inconsistent with the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy. Our government has made its concerns known publicly, including in multilateral fora, as well as privately through diplomatic representations with Chinese authorities whenever we get the opportunity. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has raised this issue with his Chinese counterpart, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, at their bilateral meetings, including the June 2019 G20 Foreign Ministers meeting in Japan. Most recently, that was in Rome this past August. The minister also raised the issue directly with the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, during a meeting with her in Geneva in August of this year. Canada has made several statements at the UN, including at the United Nations General Assembly's Third Committee, where we joined 38 other countries in co-signing a joint statement on human rights in Xinjiang and Hong Kong on October 6, 2020. In June of this year, during the 44th session of the HRC, Canada and 27 other countries signed a joint statement on the human rights situations in Xinjiang. In these statements and in others, we repeatedly and jointly, working multilaterally because that's most effective, call for immediate and meaningful and unfettered access to Xinjiang for independent observers, including the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and her office, as well as relevant special procedure mandate holders. Most recently, the Trade Commissioner Service has updated its guidance for businesses on the risk of doing business in China, including risks related to human rights abuses and forced labor. Ensuring companies adhere to responsible business practices is essential to manage social, reputational, legal, and economic risks. Madam Speaker, Canada is committed to engaging bilaterally with China, as well as working alongside our partners to advocate for the human rights of Uyghurs and other Turkic ethnic groups in China. We will not leave any stone unturned. We will continue to work in close collaboration with our allies. We will continue to push on this issue that it be investigated through an international independent body and for impartial experts to access the region so they can see the situation firsthand and report back evidence. I assure you that the promotion, protection, and respect of human rights are the core priorities of Canada's foreign policy. Canada will continue to raise its concerns about the human rights situation in China, will continue to call on China to live up to its international obligations as well as its own.
Fortunately, time is up as well. The honourable member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's disappointing to hear that response because I think the Parliamentary Secretary, but more broadly the government, just have a limited sense of what Canada can do in response to these events. It's not enough to make statements and to say, well, we phoned this person and we raised our concern. And the reality is that if we have impunity, if we don't have sanctioning, if we don't have laws that prevent the sourcing of materials from slave labor, then it's just going to continue to happen. And if we continue to write checks to a Chinese government state-owned development bank while they're holding Canadian hostages and involved in these horrific human rights abuses, then how are they going to take statements of concern at all seriously? I asked about Magnitsky sanctions. Our allies have already come forward with Magnitsky sanctions. The member wants us to work in concert with our allies. Our allies already have tougher supply chain laws. They're already using Magnitsky sanctions. And it was the Obama administration that strongly advised countries not to participate in the AIIB. So why is the member not working with our allies to use real, meaningful tools, as I've suggested, to respond to these gross violations of human rights?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2009, I had the tremendous opportunity to meet with Rabia Kadir. She is considered the mother of all Uyghurs. She was at the time the president of the World Uyghur Congress. She held that office for 9 years. When I met with her, Mr. Harper, the former prime minister, happened to be in China at the time. She begged him to raise this issue. All he said was he would raise general concerns and some specific cases. Harun Siddiqui wrote an excellent article about this. Madam Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives on that side about talking, about engaging, about working for human rights to make sure we get this done. The former government did nothing. We are there. Our prime minister is there, as is our Minister of Foreign Affairs, every day working on human rights to ensure that we are engaged and we will be successful at making our world a better place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Canada Energy Regulator recently published a report entitled Canada's Energy Future 2020. In that report, the CER presents two scenarios, a reference scenario of business as usual and a so-called evolving energy system scenario, which, quote, continues the historical trend of increasing action on climate change, unquote. I want to make it clear here that the evolving scenario is not one that will take us to net zero emissions by 2050. That critically important path was left unexplored in this report. The evolving scenario does show steadily declining use of fossil fuels combined with a concomitant increase in renewables such as wind and solar, but still leaves us producing 5 million barrels of oil every day at 2050. The report contains a remarkable graph showing pipeline capacity in Canada along with total supply available for export. And I say remarkable that it's the first time I've seen the CER admitting what many of us have long known or suspected, and that is that under the evolving scenario, the Keystone XL and Trans Mountain expansion pipelines will not be needed at all if we make even timid efforts to fight climate change. Only the Enbridge Line 3 expansion would be needed under this scenario to handle increased production. And I have to remind you that the evolving scenario doesn't get us even close to net zero by 2050. So Line 3 may not be needed either if we really want to meet our commitments. And remember again, these pipelines I mentioned are expansion pipelines. The Line 3 expansion, Trans Mountain expansion, Keystone XL, they are not designed to access new markets. They will all ship oil and bitumen to the USA. They are not designed to get better prices for our products. Their raison d'etre is to handle expanded production from the oil sands. And under present conditions and any reasonable projection into the future, that expanded production will be minimal at best. And that lack of expanded production is not limited to Canada. It's not because of increased red tape here. All these pipelines are being built under Harper-era regulations. The world simply doesn't want more oil. The near future is a world in which, according to energy experts and investment experts, production will drop not due to geology or even demand, but due to a sharp decline in investment. Recently, Imperial wrote down $1 billion of its Canadian oil sands assets. Total recently wrote down $8 billion of similar assets. But oil investments are plummeting in the USA and elsewhere in the world. Norway won't expand its production. Neither will Denmark. In fact, Denmark announced it will drop its production to zero by 2050. Keystone XL is being built by TransCanada Energy and recently received a big investment from the province of Alberta to make sure they didn't give up for lack of investment dollars. Joe Biden says he won't allow it to be built, but that may be moot because energy investment analysts are saying we don't need Keystone XL anymore. Energy investors are telling companies they don't want to invest in new projects that are doomed to failure in a world with shrinking demand for oil. They want to reap the dividends of production, not added development. They know we'll need oil in coming years, we just won't need as much. And the story for Trans Mountain is the same, except this time it was the federal government who bought the pipeline. It will simply not be needed. We would be wasting valuable political capital fighting the USA over Keystone XL, and we're wasting taxpayers' money by investing in both these projects.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a guiding principle for our government as we work to delivering on our Paris Agreement commitments, that is, to surpass our 2030 objective and to reach net zero emissions by 2050. We know that this will allow us to take real concrete measures. That's why the government recently introduced the Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. This bill will set up a binding legal process for the government to reach our zero net target on the basis of sound scientific data. More than 120 countries, 1,000 businesses, 2,000 chambers of commerce, and some of the largest investors in the world have joined Canada in this commitment.
We also recognize that reaching success will require investment and innovation throughout Canada's energy sector. We must do this to ensure we continue to create jobs for Canadians while moving forward on the path to a low-carbon future. And our government's support for projects like Keystone XL, TMX, and LNG Canada is part of that recognition. Because Canadian oil and gas is some of the most responsibly and sustainably produced in the world. And because this sector is Canada's largest investor, by far, in the clean tech innovations we need to reach our goals. Our government will continue to diversify our future energy mix, while also generating economic benefits on our path to net zero. To that end, the Minister of Natural Resources will soon launch Canada's hydrogen strategy. The initiative, after broad consultations, will allow us to fully seize the opportunity hydrogen represents and build back better from the COVID-19 pandemic. Canada is already recognized as a global leader in the hydrogen fuel cell sector. We're also a hub for technical expertise and intellectual property, and we produce leading products and services that are exported around the world. And more than that, Madam Speaker, clean hydrogen has the potential to sharply reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. The strategy will strengthen our economic competitiveness, grow export potential, attract investment, and create good, sustainable jobs across the country. It could also drive down emissions in sectors like resource extraction and processing, freight, transportation, power generation, and manufacturing, as well as in the production of steel and cement, where electrification may not be the best choice. Madam Speaker, it will take investment and support across the Canadian energy spectrum to meet our climate change commitments, while also creating jobs and driving investment. This is a critical moment. Tackling climate change is a challenge of our generation so that we can ensure a healthy future for the next generation. We will need innovation. We will need collaboration. We will need all types of emerging technologies to get us to net zero by 2050. Our government remains committed to doing just that. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I could say is that one thing we don't need to get to net zero is any more pipelines. We have to prepare for this new world of declining oil production. You know, the huge job losses we've seen in the Alberta oil patch are not going to be reversed no matter how many pipelines we build. The workers that have relied on exploration and construction jobs in the oil patch will need a new set of jobs to turn to in order to feed their families. We're disrespecting them and their needs by promising them the moon if only we had more pipelines. New projects require world prices we'll never see again. This is the time to create jobs for the future. Instead of pipelines, for instance, let's invest in massive retrofit programs, 10 times the amount that was announced in the Fall Economic Summit, across the country that would create hundreds of thousands of well-paying jobs, electricians, plumbers, carpenters, welders, in every community of Canada. That would give these workers the hope and respect they deserve and the jobs they need.
Sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to emphasize how much importance our government places in balance between environmental protection and job creation, including well-paid unionized jobs in the natural resources and construction sectors. Balance while we continue to support and diversify the Canadian energy sector while continuing on our path towards net zero emissions. We know that these are things that can be done, but that's not all. They must be done. And our government will always do the necessary work to ensure that these things are done, Madam Speaker, because indeed it's that all the Canadians, including future Canadians, deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I found it very interesting that in the last round, the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources was talking about the important role that oil and gas producers play in renewable energy. You know, one thing I want to talk about is, in my riding, some of the biggest investors that we have in renewable energy are actually companies that really have been oil and gas producers long before they were renewable energy producers. And in particular, by the town of Gull Lake, there's a wind farm, and it was Suncor and it was Enbridge. So it's the Sunbridge wind, Sunbridge. Forget the name of it. It's Sunbridge Wind Farm, I think is what we'll call it for the context of the conversation. Anyway, but the point that I really want to make here is that it's our oil and gas companies that have realized long before the government did the need to invest in renewables and to diversify into just energy companies as it is. So when we're talking about going forward, about reducing our emissions and trying to wean our way off of fossil fuels, the important thing that we got to keep in mind here, again, is who are the biggest contributors to renewable energies. And again, that is our energy producing companies that we already have that just happen to also be involved in oil and gas. So I'm here to follow up on my question that I had to the Natural Resources Minister about Keystone XL pipeline. So, I was hoping to hear a little bit more from him tonight about the importance of Keystone XL. And again, the parliamentary secretary alluded to that a little bit here, and I found it interesting that the member before that was asking questions was also talking about Keystone XL. But the important thing that we've got to talk about when we speak of Keystone XL is the jobs that it's going to create here in Canada and the amount of work that it's going to provide for Canadians, especially as we're trying to find our way out of a global pandemic. People are looking for a way to get back to work, particularly in Saskatchewan and Alberta. People find their value in their job, in their ability to work. And when we have a regulatory environment, such as we do right now, that is really stripping that ability for people to go back to work, it's eliminating their jobs, it's eliminating their livelihoods. And people are they're just feeling really like the government just doesn't have their back, that they're not supporting them. And it's really important that we, again, just allow people to be able to do what they do so well, and that's work to provide the energy security for our country, but also for the world. As the demand for energy continues to rise, Canadian energy needs to be the solution and needs to be what we focus on as we go forward. One of the other aspects too, and the benefits of a project like Keystone XL, is going to be the revenue that it's going to bring into the communities and into the areas of the country that it runs through. Those royalties that it produces are so important to the municipalities and to the communities around there, and particularly the companies that are oil and gas companies. They're the ones who are sponsoring a lot of what goes on in their communities, whether it be minor baseball, minor hockey, rec facilities, and arts facilities. A lot of these oil companies, they're the people who are really driving the sponsorship for these buildings and the economic growth in our communities, much beyond just purely building pipelines. So when we look at the whole entire economic snapshot here, we really need to focus on what exactly it is that these companies are doing. And they're providing jobs, they're providing opportunity, and the benefits go far beyond just simply that of building pipeline.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said previously, our government has always been a strong supporter of Keystone XL because we know that this project will increase our access to the market safely, responsibly, and sustainably. In fact, the Prime Minister and the President-elect, Joe Biden, discussed this project during their first phone call, and our government will continue to argue in favor of it because we know it will bring major economic advantages and create thousands of jobs in several states. It will also increase North America's energy security for the long term. It will equally contribute to the most solid energy partnership in the world, and we know that there can be balance between economic prosperity and the environment in the transition towards a low-carbon economy. We understand the importance of this balance, Madam Speaker, which is why we recently introduced the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. We know that the work of our government against climate change, using carbon pricing and investments that will strengthen our energy sector by making it more sustainable, are arguments in favor of this project.
It's one of the few price on carbon and a goal to achieve net zero by 2050. Our government is also one that has strengthened its approach to meaningful consultation and acknowledging the importance of partnership natural resource projects in Canada. Rightly, Canada has moved away from developing solutions for Indigenous communities to collaborating and partnering with them, because we understand that working with Indigenous peoples to find solutions will lead to better economic, social, and environmental outcomes. Our government's track record of doing the hard work necessary to ensure that major projects go forward the right way, every step of the way, is clear. Just look at the Trans Mountain expansion project. When the project was in jeopardy, we stepped up and did what was necessary to ensure construction. Construction is now well underway with approximately 4,900 jobs. They're working on terminals, pump stations, and selling pipe from Edmonton to Burnaby. That's nearly 5,000 jobs and more to come. We're also continuing to engage with Indigenous groups on the project, including exploring opportunities for economic participation and on the implementation of measures to address impacts on rights and other concerns. Because our government believes in a competitive and sustainable natural resources sector and that good projects must go ahead, with the full confidence of Canadians. And Keystone XL is no different. To this point, the project has received all major approvals in both Canada and the United States. Madam Speaker, projects like Keystone XL are necessary to ensure North American energy security during a highly uncertain time for global energy markets. Our government's support and efforts for this project has been and will continue to be unwavering. As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, the Prime Minister raised the importance of this project with the President-elect at his first opportunity. I want to repeat, the first opportunity. That shows how much of a priority this is for our government. We look forward to construction, to moving forward, and will continue to advocate for this project with President-elect Biden at every opportunity. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind the member, though, that the President-elect Biden was part of the Obama administration that shut down the Keystone XL pipeline. So I just want to make sure that it's more than just pretty words, but that there's actual real concrete action that they're taking with it. One thing I just want to do here quickly is I just want to quote from the Natural Law Energy's website. And this is the memorandum of understanding that they signed with TC Energy. Natural Law Energy and TC Energy began a partnership on September 29th, 2020. NLE will collaborate on energy projects across Turtle Island, which is North America. The first of these projects will be Keystone XL. The investment in the first group of projects will be historic with growth potential. We honor our grandfathers and grandmothers by developing our shared business with integrity and showing responsibility to our nations and traditional territories. NLE will lead with our value of safety. Traditional natural law with constitutional governance and modern-day corporate protocols will be implemented to ensure the health and well-being of Mother Earth for the next 7 generations. End quote. So again, this is about Indigenous certainty, and this is about reconciliation going forward for the...
I did try to allow for a bit more time for the honourable member. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's certainly a meeting of the minds here, but that basically our government supports Keystone XL and continues our unwavering support. Il s'agit d'un projet qui a reçu toutes les approbations.
This project received all major green lights in Canada and the U.S., will bring major economic benefits and create thousands of jobs both sides of the border. It will strengthen North America's energy security for the long term and contribute to the most solid energy relationship in the world.
Between economic prosperity and the environment, and as we transition into a low-carbon economy. It is important that we continue down this path. We will continue to defend this project in Canada and in the United States. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne est maintenant.
The motion for adjournment of the House is now adopted. The House will sit again tomorrow at 10 a.m.